Members, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, for security reasons, let's all go and register.
Okay.
Yes, before we take our seats. Thank you very much. Hello? Yes. John? No, Kageras. No. What it is because you have removed this. Yes.
Okay, let me be sharing the other one.
Share this one. But let me. Close.
Check it. Display.
Where is the chair? I want to bring up the members who share their presentations. Yeah, that members who have not shared their presentation. What do you do?
Kambareke muri nemboji So what I go to do? You working as well and working as bueno, se está vuelta.
이동하고 비디오 붙일 때 가져오자 아주 가끔 같이 해가 나와나 빨리 그냥
I've seen it.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm happy to see you again. We try to look for you to go for your lesson. Oh, Tungo, how are you? Happy to see you. You okay? Good.
Walaikum salam. Oi. Shira.
olowooza leero we mpozi ojja okusinganamu omuwala Shakira ayinza okukola
How are you? Happy to see you. Good. Hope you're most welcome. Yeah. You are right on time, Professor. Okay. Yeah, right.
You know this one.
Muno temunye internet. Ndio kwa na katika hapo na sema. Pale hapo. Hana wakati wapo data. Oh. Suppose isso. Nakula vendo kwanza. Pesa lepa tunoka. Tunaanza nao. So wala.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very important occasion, the 20th African Traditional Medicine Day. And we are pleased to have all of you here. We are ready to get started. The guests who are still outside, we request you to come in and get seated so that we can start the occasion officially, including members who are standing within the corridor. Please kindly walk in. It is a memorable day, and it is a blessing that you are all here today. And before we start off quickly officially, we would like to know who will be briefed by the security team of the hotel. But I would like you to take note of this. Please, if you are within the hall, kindly do not join the online Zoom meeting. It is only those who are not with us here who can join online. This is because there will be some interference. And then, kindly also, if you are receiving your call, please you receive from outside the room so that it cannot interfere with the network, especially for those ones who are online. So there's a few things that I want to let you know And quickly, we shall introduce ourselves. You just tell us your name and where you work, or the name of your organization. Basically that, and my friend Ali is going to move the microphone quickly, and this should take us not more than 10 minutes. Beginning from this end, and then we move quickly.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Binom Julikafunjo. I work with the Gender Registration Services Bureau, and I am also the chairperson board of trustees, Theta Uganda, a leading organization that deals traditional medicine. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A teacher by profession and practice with a keen interest in traditional medicine. I currently work with St. Joseph Girls Zambia and the director of studies of this school. Thank you.
We have to appreciate people. Let's give them claps. We're meeting them for the first time. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nathaniel Mary Winfred. I'm a food scientist by profession, but I'm honored to be here this meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lucien Moronau. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mukama Osini Kutu. I work with Joe and Joe. I'm glad to be here.
Sawyer Chiwanuka, Annington, of the Pentagon Wamba Wafre, representing Mama Fina.
Bampita Isa Nkondo, nkola n'aba University Mbarara, nva kushenyi olukala lwe, nkola mulimo gwa research okunoonyereza mu ddagala ly'ekinnansi, kwegamba nsobola okuweereza abaana ba University y'e Mbarara n'ey'e Bushenyi tusobole okuganyirwamu mu Uganda yaffe ne mu Africa yonna gwe mulimo gwenkola.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Abdul Karim, Secretary General of Theta Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mugume Amon. I work with the Uganda National Museum, famous for tourism, wildlife and antiquities, and I'm interested in documenting African traditional medicine. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Akula Miriam is my name, NTRI.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Media Stoshaville. I work with Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe for now, let's have the introduction of that. Our guest of honor is waiting online. So she's going to open the function officially, but now we have to cut it at that. And then let me take this opportunity to invite our director, Dr. Grace Nambatia, to introduce the team who are here in front, and then we move with the other programs, and thereafter we shall continue with our introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Komakech. You're all very welcome to this 20th African Traditional Medicine Day. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Sam Okware, Director General Uganda National Lutakome, the representative of Harvest on the Board of National Drug Authority. So you're very, very welcome. Since you are a bit, I mean, this is a great day. It would be nice to see a smile on everybody's face, and I would like to welcome, this first session is going to be chaired by Dr. Samuel Kware, who will give us some word and then invite our guest of honor already online. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please have a smile on your face.
As you all know, that traditional medicine has been an old form of entity. All of us, our sisters, and today we're here for just briefly, then we're here to the field of sharing information from our colleagues, sharing information from those who know and from those who don't know outside who they learn. We'll also be looking at how to learn from others and how to plan for the future, and also how we can be able to succeed. There will be some success in terms of policy. There's a complementary thing we are setting, and we have our own action. And we have a strategy that still we have challenges, most of which are insurmountable. I really hope that the outcome of this year will be able to support all of us, the program and support NAPSI and my colleagues here, be able to use some of the information here to improve the quality of our traditional medicine. Those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give back to the agenda. And the next person here in the agenda is the WHO Mark President.
Very much, Dr. Samuel Kware, the Director General of UNDRO. We would like to have a brief interruption, as security is always our top priority. We have the security team from Hotel Africana. They would like to give us a brief.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, team. Good morning, team.
Good morning.
In Africa, greeting is social. All protocols out. My name is Paul. I'm your security manager here. First of all, greetings from the management of Hotel Africana, and thank you for giving us business. Let me begin with emergency, because I could be talking about emergency rapid. We are seated on the ground level of this facility, and this is Kagera Hall. Kagera Hall is situated in the middle of this facility. When fire erupts, for example, we expect you to go to the safe zone. go out, you go back, turn to your right, and go to the galleries. If it's fire, I think the fire that burns. If there is any other type of fire that will situation people understand, I command you to follow us. When you're here, we try our best to check you to ensure that those who enter in this place are rightful people, but that's in as far as the body is concerned. But we don't check the mind and the souls. When God invited the angels to the meeting, my friend, also Satan is linked. You never know who is seated anywhere near you, and I implore you for that matter to constantly get the face of a person seated near you. In case you go for a break and you come back and somebody is seated near you who is not the other one, please ask a question and let us know. Take care of your electronic gadgets. These are called mobile phones. When you are going out for anything, go with it. This hall is digitally and electronically monitored from our command center. We try to observe the suspicious behaviors. We shall let you know if something happens. We shall see your account. We see what happened. So we give you that comfort. Then when it's time for lunch, our food and beverage team will show you where you go. Please, we shall take over this hall. Whether the laptop is yours or not, we don't need you to know. When you go out and you leave it behind, it remains in our hands. So nobody, even if it's yours and you have all the credentials, you won't pick it when your friends are away. Until they all come back, you all come back for the session, that's when you'll be allowed to lift anything left behind. Because we don't know who put what where. And the washrooms, which you can use, you'll move out, turn to your left again, go to the end, turn to your right briefly, and then you'll see the washrooms. In there is one door. The first door, all of you enter, male and female. When you reach the corridor, the females will take the right. The males will go direct. Don't confuse yourselves around that point. Our meals are prepared by the most professional team, and they are hygienic and tested by all the hotel standards. Enjoy them. If you have any questions that is related to the management, let us know through the desk there. We shall handle. We'll give you free Wi-Fi. That team there has been given the password. If you want to continue doing your work online, when you are still following the session, you can get the password there. We thank you once again for visiting and coming to Hotel Africana. We receive you as guests and you go away as our friend. And finally, thank you so much. Have a blessed deliberations.
Thank you very much, Paul, for the security brief. Security is always the top priority, and I'm sure everybody here now is comfortable. And you over back to the session chair, Dr. Sam Okwai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it's my pleasure to welcome another very important colleague of ours working with us. So we go back to our agenda, and the next speaker on our agenda now will be Haji Takome Jamil Kaira, the President of
the Director General, Lunuro, the Director, Natural Chemotherapeutic Research Laboratory, Dr. Grace Nambatia, Commissioner, former Commissioner, Pharmaceutical and Natural Medicines, our board chair for Theta, Uganda, fellow heads of associations in Uganda around, allow me to take this special opportunity to welcome you to this important day. This is a very important day. It is our day as traditional practitioners. As you may be aware, this was the first achievement in the traditional medicine sector we achieved. Director General, you can remember, we received the recognition of this day before we achieved the act accepted by His Excellency the President of Uganda. So when we are here today, I request you to be comfortable, be happy. This is our day. Director General, I will not talk much, but I would like to thank the Director for Natural Chemotherapeutic Research Laboratory for the efforts made to make sure this day is celebrated today. As you may be aware, it has delayed, but we have intensified a lot of challenges in organizing this day, and I praise God that today we can make it. And we wanted to make it better than this, but all of you are aware of the Ebola epidemic which is in the country. It also limited the numbers of traditional practitioners, but we are happy that at least we can celebrate. Director General, in the sector of herbal medicine, we have a number of achievements. First of all, His Excellency assented on the Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act. The Director of the Training and Ministry of Education came up with a curriculum of which traditional practitioners are now enjoying, learning, sharing experience. National Drug Authority has made a tremendous work by having even more than 270 notified products, and it has also made sure that herbalists are inducted on good manufacturing practices. We want to thank the Director again, Dr. Grace Nambatya, because currently members, when you take your products there, just a few days you can get your results and proceed to another level. I think that will meet the club. I must thank His Excellency the Government of Uganda for the total support. I must also appreciate World Health Organization for the support, and all individuals who are here, fellow associations. We have one, Mr. Kinagoidi, is the chairman for New Uganda Nedagala Live. Mr. J. Barumira Mayengo is the chairman for Gurudene and the Herbalist Association. We have Mr. Wemba, is the chairman for Buligwanga Nobwanga Wafe. We have Mr. Wafko Henry. You can clap for the guest of honor. He has arrived. You are most welcome. Uganda Herbalist Association. I was on Mr. Wafko Henry, the chairman of the National Union. We have our commander, Alhaji Karim Sasizi, the Secretary General for Nakota. And we have special people from Barara, Isa and Kondo, coordinating all that region, and is doing wonders there. And so many herbalists are here. My fellow herbalists, let us work together tirelessly to make sure that the act is in progress. So we thank her so much for the efforts. And
you are just on time, and I will request that to begin with, I think we are requesting the WHO representative to make a few remarks. Before then I'll ask the guest of honor to make his remarks on behalf of the WHO representative, please. You're online. Over. Ladies and gentlemen, small revision of our agenda. There's a small problem with technical connection. Key connection, the line has dropped off. We are unable to link up the key at this moment. But for now, I think I would like, it's my pleasure to invite the representative of the minister, Dr. Charles. Morning. I remember really in the room. Good morning. Good morning. I need that better. The representative of the World Health Organization from Uganda, the director of UNRO, Dr. Samuel Okware, the director general the National Health Research Organization, the director of the Research Institute, the representative of the Harbour National Authority, Haji Yamil Daira, the head of government agencies which are present here, all the members of the Herbalist Association, the media, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister of Health, who could not be able to join you on this day when we are having the 20th African Traditional Medicine Day celebration, which we are having today. First, I want to applaud you before I read the speech of the Minister. So, applaud you for really keeping this area of our ethnicity of growth vibrant. Because as all of you know that the traditional medicine has been there and it will continue to be there. As you know, as we have embedded the environment and actually where the traditional medicine exists actually in the environment. So definitely we risk destroying it. So we risk the young generation not having most of these information. So before we try to proceed, I also want to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Nelly Otero, so that I will need to use the topic. But I think I was returning it to the man. So, as I have been introduced, I'm Dr. Hotel. I'm the director of I have had present a lot of experience, so I'm not practicing in the area of China, but when I came back, I could not be able to work. So I've gone to China and but what I appreciate is that they are so advanced that almost all their traditional medicine is practically pure. And also their traditional hospitals, some places you find that the annexes of them
of the Western continent. So you have this one week, traditional medicine, and the other week. But what I wanted to ask you when you were they do all the investigation, so that by the time when you issue the that what we build and what we have work and require you the other side, we have done all the work. So there's no guesswork, there's no partnering or whatever, there's no. And definitely the medicine we are part, we also know what is the job. I think today when I was coming here, there's a story, I think in the northern part of the country, where they are about 5 people have died because of abortion. I don't know what they were thinking or what was the motivation of what. So I think as the industry and the growing industry, this is what we need to do. So that we really ask chairperson that the never bring together what is known, so that not everybody can masquerade that the fraction and the one of the things I not able to see here, you know, that the moment after the experience with Ebola outbreak, and it's now in Kampala, the minister. So actually, the other time it was more Uganda and Kampala and the other districts, but now it's in Kampala. The issue is that if we have anybody with all those symptoms, fever, cold, diarrhea, or bleeding, is to get into the health department. As a ministry, and many of them who have been able to get them and they have been able to survive. So they have been able to work. But also the other aspect that if you stay in the community, then definitely there's a risk of what. So now having the Ebola and the Avantel is definitely look like the lower. So the call from the minister is that let each of us each other person watch so that we can be able to work to protect our government, to protect us. Because if we don't do that, then we will everybody looking at one. It is still within our reach that this outbreak is beginning in the community and we can end them in the what? The community as well as the very big role. And that's why we did indicate, even the president spoke, that when these people, anybody with a fever, I'm sure they all will run to you or run to any other place. You should be able to refer everyone. Circumstances, this year's celebration is going to take place today, in October. In this year, we shall be making 20 years of African traditional medicine. Day celebration following the Summit of African Heads of State and Government, which was held in Maputo in July 2003. Traditional medicine. In this meeting, and WH member states agreed to make it part of what we should be able to do. Since the year 2000, for us to count on our gains and losses as we celebrate the 20 years at African Traditional Medicine Day. The gains in the past decades have included very important. The health ministry made a prayer to support the development of the national policy and the youth framework. And I think now we have the law in which we want.
operate. I think this is a big achievement. We need to clap for it. Unfortunately, we want to thank His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has assented to the long-awaited coalition of 2019. The Minister of Health also established a public-private partnership for health, where traditional health partners include both private care providers, and so you are part of that, so that you are part of public-private partnership. The National Drug Authority has also been registering herbal medicine as part of their mandate as NDA. That was the club. So you can really see that we have reputation. So long as we go through the necessary procedures, then any product can be what? Can be registered. And I think NGA is represented here. Yes, so the product can be what? So I think what NDA definitely is continuously working with the association is to make people clearer that what are these processes with registered. So have a number of regulations speaking of traditional medicine. So we need to be able to protect this. But also, the chairperson of traditional herbalists. Also I am looking at people going to eucalyptus, but also I hope we also have where we are growing this traditional plant. Because just like as you want to conserve the forest plant, pine plant, whatever trees, we should also be able to see how can we, are we making, like I imagine, threatened by extinction. So if we don't do them, then they will be threatened by extinction. That has been shared. I think they should also be able to work. Because as she will tell that, yes, we have to do it. Most of these products, it has to go also through a science process. We can't just put it in, because you might just give 2 or 3 patients, then you say this medicine is treating this. It has to go that, have you randomized, have either given these 3 or these 4, and have you seen that those who were not given, they did it badly, while those ones were given did what? So those are some of the things which we need to do so that we just don't run that, oh, my product shows what can be able to take us through this. Our bilateral partners have also supported research in traditional medicine, universities and research institutes. I think this last year when we hosted a very big delegation which visited us, so they have been able to visit us. That from WHO to be able to conduct the first ever clinical trials on community-based products codenamed IBV01N in Uganda in the year 2020. And I'm happy to say that the clinical trial national products connect back with and see how can we be able to do this. Training. You heard when we registered Bada Wadas in the Kampala, they're supposed to be trained. So also we should be able to get traditional herbalists to get what? Trained. Because yes, you might be knowing, but I'm sure that if probably during this training, the best practices can be what? You can be given the best practices, which can be what? So we need to be able to see that from time to time, these trainings are organized so that your capacity, your skill can be improved. So working with the Ministry of Education and Sports under the Directorate of Industrial Training, 3 levels, that's level 1, growing of medicine for medicine. So this directorate has approved the number of institutions to train herbalists, including the National Scientific Research Institute, and I'm pleased to say that over 300 of you have been assessed and are certified by the Director of Industrial Training. And I imagine some of you are here who have been certified on that area. So I think it's for us to be, I must say that despite the successes which we have achieved over time, there still remains much work. First curriculum for occupational work for the herbalists. So we can know that either you have moved at either certificate level, you are at probably diploma level, you are at what? Graduate level, so that we can be able to work, so that we can do that. And that sums up that, so that in the next 5 or so years, we can be able to assess where have we been able to work. We need to support scientists in conducting preclinical and clinical trial research in traditional medicine. I think I will emphasize this again. In the near future, we will establish the traditional medicine clinics and hospitals to support integration of traditional medicine to the healthcare delivery. So this is what we should be able to do. There's need to strengthen the conservation of medicinal plants, so there's a lot of afforestation. Some members, sometimes the speeches of the ministers are long, so don't look that far one thing. So I still have some more pages. This is health and well-being of what? Well-being of yourself as a person, and then definitely through that process you make some money, and that now translates to economic benefits. But at least first, the first one is the well-being and the health of our people. So as we celebrate this 20th African Traditional Medicine, Uganda will continue to honor key international obligations and commitments signed up to now, notably the WHO Regional Strategy on prioritizing research into a traditional medicine plan in Africa. The WHO strategy the second decade of traditional medicine, which calls for necessary legislative reforms in member states to function of traditional medicine into the national health system. So as government, I salute all Ugandans for championing and the support to the promotion of the traditional medicine sector. May we redouble our collaborative efforts towards a better health care of our people. Thank you for listening, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Representative the Minister. I think one very important message here is the Minister is that be thy brother's keeper. We can only contain this outbreak if we take care of our neighbor. This is really important. This is the seventh epidemic of Ebola in the country for the last 2 decades to be banned. And you will also be the first one to go. We don't like you to go with the first class to the theater. We want you to continue serving the community by trying to advise the community being safe at home and safe themselves as things continue. Life continues. Finally, I think there is the issue of complacency. Don't say that the epidemic is in Mubende, that I'm safe here. No. The epidemic, because of modern movements and so on, we can say the whole country wants Ebola disease. Not just Mubende. Get out of there. There was a very important workshop that has brought this information on Ebola, and I think it's possible to be able to get some difference. So as you go, you also go as a student and also as a teacher. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister, Representative.
for having invited us and all protocols observed. In delivering this keynote, 20 years ago, there were only 15 countries that had done so. But we need more and more countries to include traditional medicine in. Going to medical products and health technologies, this is important for ensuring that traditional medicine contributes to health technologies and medical products, particularly with regards to improving access to medicines. There are 25 countries at the moment that have reviewed their pharmaceutical policies to include herbal medicines. And we have 14 countries that have, whose national regulatory authorities, including Uganda, NDA, have registered herbal medicines vegetation. And these have been, of these products, more than 45 have been included in National Essential Medicines list, adding to the arsenal of pharmaceuticals, thus improve access to medical products. And 39 countries are involved in the cultivation and conservation of medicinal plants, whereas 19 countries are involved in the local production of herbal medicines. With regards to research, innovation, and information, we have 34 countries today that are dedicated to an increase from 18 research institutes in 26 countries. And these countries have been researching, focusing particularly on 5 priority diseases. This is HIV, malaria, diabetes, hypertension, and sickle cell disease. And since 2020, also countries. So this was because the Regional Expert Committee on Traditional Medicine that was established in 2001 recommended, and we agreed in these 5 priority diseases, but we did not refuse to support any country that came up with a good proposal on other areas such as cancer and others. It was to focus and see how we proceed with that. Now, with regards to research on COVID-19, first of all, we congratulate Uganda and other countries that have allocated sufficient resources, domestic resources, to conduct research to determine the safety or generate the scientific evidence on the safety, efficacy, and quality of proposed for the treatment of COVID. And this provided an excellent opportunity for the countries, and some of them, including Uganda, to conduct very good clinical trials. And for Uganda, this is a community-based product named UBV01N in the year 2020. And we have noted with interest that Uganda has established a clinical trial on natural products CONAT oversight in the financial year 2022-23 under the auspices of Mulago Land Institute that we visited this year. We have also noted that Mbarara University of Science and Technology conducted preclinical safety and efficacy studies of Covidex, and Buzitema and Nguli universities are also aiming to enhance their efforts in this direction. And we know that the Buzitema University is visiting the various institutions in the region to learn the lessons from them so that they can grow very, very fast. So we have at least conducting such studies, including preclinical safety and efficacy testing. And this is particularly important because in the 6 countries we visited so far, we identified 8. With the service delivery, Ghana is leading at the moment because it has established, as we speak, 55 clinics in several hospitals in the country. This is the data of 2022, but as of 2020, there were 40 such clinics, which is still very good. And we don't have even one clinic in most of the countries. There is also progress on the collaboration between traditional health practitioners and conventional health practitioners because there is a two-way referral system from medical doctors to traditional health practitioners and vice versa in 17 countries. And this is an increase from 5 countries. And 39 countries have established regulation for the practice of traditional medicine, and this improves service delivery as well as a code of ethics for traditional and practice for traditional health practitioners. Refinancing. This is particularly important, especially if we talk about national health insurance. Unfortunately, in the region, we have only 3 countries, Ghana, Mali, and South Africa, that have established partial the activities related to COVID-19, including the prevention, control, and research. And this is commendable. So this is the full picture where countries are regarding integration of traditional medicine in national health systems. I've already talked about each of these, so this is just to show a landscape at a glance where the countries are. Now, all this progress that countries are making has been possible because of the government's commitments, leadership, governance, but also some partners have supported in various ways the different countries, and the World Health Organization has also contributed to this success. I won't read all of them, but just to say that the World Health Organization has developed various tools and guidelines for policies, strategic plan, how to develop code of ethics, how to conduct research, how to register herbal medicines, regulation of traditional health practitioners, practices and products, the protection of traditional medicine knowledge, legislative framework for the guide and legislative frameworks for the protection of traditional medicine knowledge. So it's just a matter of adapting these to the various situation of countries, and we would like to, we had volunteered when we came to Uganda that we are ready to support Uganda to develop such a framework. We have also developed a framework for collaboration between practitioners of traditional medicine and conventional medicine, and modules for training health science students in traditional medicine, and modules on primary health care for training of traditional health practitioners. So countries have been able to adapt to these. And during COVID, we did a lot of work established during COVID. We developed protocols and technical documents to support the countries. First, we developed a master protocol for Madagascar that had already some preliminary data which we included in this, but then we said we will confuse the countries if we sent this protocol, so we developed another similar protocol we call the standard protocol for phase 3 clinical trials for mild to moderate COVID-19. We developed for severe COVID-19, and we developed another for clinical observational studies. We also developed a charter in terms of reference for establishment of the Data and Safety Monitoring Board, and also the investigator's brochure for clinical trials of herbal medicines, and a series of templates related to, we call the standard operating procedures, just to support the countries to jumpstart their research. And we also developed the guide on the contribution of traditional medicine to COVID-19 response. In addition, the World Health Organization, with partners, African Union Commission and Africa CDC, launched the Regional Expert Advisory Committee on Traditional Medicine for COVID-19 response. Some of you saw some members that came to Uganda to support the various activities that you are able of the African that you all know, and we are trying our best to support the various countries, particularly at this very difficult time. But of course, wherever we went, we found that the countries will have difficulty in proceeding to conduct phase 3 clinical trials because of the financial resources, and therefore the World Health Organization is joining efforts with the African Union Commission, Africa CDC, to mobilize additional resources for phase 3 clinical trials and local manufacturing. And this is a very really have good packaging, commercialize these products across the continent and international. Now, the future perspectives. We recommend that partners should collaborate with research institutions and WHO to support member states' research efforts. And of course, even the partners who are online in Uganda, this is also valid for you. We recommend the collaboration to enhance collaboration between science, technology, innovation institutions, ministries of health, ministries of agriculture, ministries of industry, traditional health practitioners, and the private sector to fast-track research and development and local manufacturing of traditional medicine-based therapeutics for the health and well-being of Africa's people. And in fast-tracking the manufacture of traditional medicine, member states must carefully consider some critical factors, including but not limited to the following. The large-scale cultivation of medicinal plants is important for ensuring the source of raw materials for commercial scale of local production. We were happy in Uganda when we visited a very good botanical garden that was man-made in Uganda. How can I forget the name? I know it, but it has just disappeared. The benefit sharing arrangements with traditional health practitioners and communities where indigenous knowledge comes from is important, that the communities or individual traditional health practitioners or a group of practitioners are remunerated for the information that they provide to research institutions. In the past, we used to take the information, even myself, I used to work at the university and we used to work with them. Sometimes we even forgot to put their names, in the publication, and this is not good. We need, the research institutes need to enter into a memorandum or into a certain agreement. It could be whatever agreement, but is a memorandum of understanding that is important to salvaguard the indigenous knowledge of the holders of this knowledge. If the information they provided or the products emanate into a commercial venture, then they should receive some sort of royalties. We are not dictating how much it should be. This depends on the negotiation in each country. It depends on the laws of the country. But we need to make sure that we protect and we remunerate appropriately their indigenous knowledge. The availability of robust preclinical and clinical data and consistency of the quality of raw materials and finished products. Now, we found that in most countries, they have carried out research. It's very good research, but it may be very difficult to use this data to locally manufacture the products that will be accepted internationally, because you need to have a robust data and you need to have a good sample size for this to be accepted by the international scientific community. So it's very important. There's need for financial support from the government for the early stage development activities until the sector is commercially viable. And this is also critical. But this was demonstrated by the various governments, particularly during COVID, that it is possible to do this kind it's possible to allocate resources, and we congratulate Uganda and other countries that have done so. With this, I thank you very much for your attention and for inviting the World Health Organization to contribute to this important celebration. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Osso, for that very informative presentation. Very inspiring, and I hope it will be a basis for our discussions this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, as we say, this is a period for sharing information. One of the participants gave me one question here. He said, can one get Ebola from dead people? Somebody already died. Can somebody get Ebola? Let me tell you that the only two diseases which dead bodies transmit is Ebola, number one, and HIV. Once you touch an Ebola carcass, sorry, not carcass, a cadaver, once you touch a dead body of an Ebola patient, you are likely to die after 2 to 3 weeks. This is a fact which all of you must actually appreciate, because these people are coming to you first, and they're coming to us first as healthcare workers. The other second source of infection is, I think, we the healthcare workers
Why? Healthcare workers and traditional workers, traditional medicine workers. Why? Because all the sick people come to us, and secondly, we always have we always have a false sense of security. We feel that because we are medical, because we wash our hands carelessly here and there, we feel we are safe. That's not the case. A lot of transmission which has spread through healthcare workers, going from one clinic to another clinic to another clinic to another clinic. I am really requesting that we, as healthcare workers, we should not be source of new infection in other clinics or in other communities or even our own home. I think that's a simple message that I would really like to give us who are here. We are all doctors, we are all healthcare workers, not doctors, but we are all healthcare workers, traditional healers, and us, we are all giving some form of support for health to improve the quality of life. So the basic message here is that if you have got to give others message, save others, protect yourself first. And you are protecting yourself first by making sure that you interact with few people, go to few clinics, do not open up and don't touch blood, and make sure that you stay at home and protect yourself first and your community. Over, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, we got disorganized a bit, but I have been told by Grace that Grace we go for break, health break, or I am handing over to Grace who will lead us on what else.
Thank you very much, Director General.
The meeting is suspended.
Thank you very much, and thank you for moderating this session. Thank you, Professor Casilo, for your wonderful presentation. Here in Hotel Africana, we are about 150 guests, and indeed they have appreciated your presentation. Let's give a big hand for Director General of WUNRO, Uganda National Health Research Organization. At this material time, we are going to have an interlude of, today we are celebrating, so we are going to have interlude of dancers. They are going to entertain us, and after that we go for a group photo with the guest of honor. Group photo, and then we move out for break. So that is the order. The entertainers, about 3 minutes. 3 minutes of entertainment. You enjoy the day. This is the 20th African Traditional Medicine Day, and we are very proud to be Africans. Tell your friend that we are proud to be Africans. Can we have the dancers here, please? Spice up the day. After the keynote speaker, we need these dancers to spice up the day, and then thereafter we move for a group photo. Please don't miss the chance to be in the group photo. The dancers are next. All right, as we wait for the dancers to come in, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of all of the presenters who are already here, the panelists.
Tugenda Remember where you got it back. Habari baseka muje mundabe nafunyo omuntu ambitadia era basigane balaba chambi ngomwendali yananukepera nga naimba sinyumirwa nyize bayita babiri obugalo n'engoma namwekendeenya yasobola sebo mekirimanajiza watakulakulya bazalekula nesoga ndi mukyenda sebo otuze ebisotana yebiri obula waterero ikusufunyewo omwana w'omugagani mirengoye ebintu byokulonda bibinigira wekendinyagasomolengola ebyobootingira biyiganyabo manifesito yemalako kyenda era befiga waterera nyabo ulira emirembe wegazanye iba bendemeweya mubasooke ngamba temusesula mama kati tukada unabeno wange wetume masibu ngambye kati tukada unabeno wange wetume masibu amakiwede sigadde ekibuku kigakomuga bene gasina katiyesalugane kikibwa nengogo kulabula anoonya oyo omuntu anasobola sebo yeteesa
Traditional Medicine Day celebration. And we are all very happy to be at Hotel Africana. Tell your neighbor that we are happy that you are here. Please tell your neighbor. Allow me to recognize the presence of the following very important people. The panelists. I recognize the presence of Mr. Twinomjuni Kafunso. Yeah, Kafunso. Thank you very much. You already had on. Thank you for being here. I recognize the presence of our moderator, Dr. Anua Godwin from Makerere University. Godwin, thank you for being here. I recognize the presence of Dr. Mutiaba from NDA. Dr. Mutiaba, thank you for being here. Thank you. And we recognize the presence of Dr. Mujal Francis, who is also our panelist. Dr. Mujal, from Natural Chemotherapeutics. I recognize the presence of Dr. Neville Oteba. Doctor, thank you very much for being here with us. We are grateful. Then I recognize the presence of Dr. Okello Dennis from Kabbalah University. He's one of our panelists. Thank you very much. I recognize the presence of Mr. Simon Senkai, one of our panelists. Thank you very much for being here. All our panelists are here and there are a few who are online. That means we are going to learn a lot. Many more are going to come and we shall recognize their presence. And then a number of them who are online, we have Dr. Bruce Chirenga from Mulago Lungs Institute, Professor Ogwang Patrick from Barra University, Miss Brenda Nakazibwe, she's going to speak to us, and we have Professor Hoppers from Gulu University. All those ones are going to talk to us. And then we also have our very own Mr. Haji Lutakome is going to talk to us. So that is that. Right now, we move for a group photo. Let's have a group photo. The cameramen tell us where we should go for the group photo. And after the group photo, we shall have a health break, tea break, and then we resume for the mid-morning session. I think we move. Mr. Harrison, where do we go for the photos? Outside. Members, let's go take the best pictures of the 20th African Traditional Medicine Day. God bless us. Let's move quickly because time is already not our good ally. Let's take the photos quickly.
What time do you want to see? That's okay. No problem. You are the one driving our agenda. Come on. Yes. Don't worry.
How are you?
No
How are you, sir?
problem. We shall
How is it going? How is it for Ghana?
Very good.
Let's go for a photo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, Patrick. Oli alete ku kitundu waliye kakati mukubire tukkiriziganye tugenda okusinkana kubanga eyo munda mu kibuga waliyo jamu ndi ku Hotel Africana. Woba ombuulira kubanga mpitiramu tuba tuyitira sayidi ya Mukwana eno si kyo kituufu. Ndowooza tusisinkane ekibuye. Kale tusisinkane ekibuye. Kale akusa mukaaga n'omwami mukubiro manye nti oba agenda kubanga njagala okuva eno nga maze okwetegera confirmation nti agenda kubeerawo. Kale mukubire tubeere nga tuli ready.
Actually, they're not even protected, they are responsible persons. Karibu chini. nkyali ku kino agamba muddusi ekyo wikanibwa kitabo mwabo bennyini abala ttiimu zeezo edi wali awo
I even contoured my abs with a button from the hot outside, so, well, I want that to know. Well, I'll be poisoning all the other maidens in the village. Oh, yes, Mom! Yes, Mom! But, so instead of just showing up at the ball, you'll be hot. And if you win, you get the keys to your own castle. And a marriage proposal from the prince. I simply adore a proposal. It's the most defining thing we could have to achieve in her lifetime. Prize of all prizes. Look how many mommies received. Well, we all know who's not coming tonight. That weasel down there cleaning up my sink from last night. You must clean my bed pot now. Honestly, I have to do this entire verbal abuse thing every time you leave the house. Shut up, Blanche! Stop it! You smell! Nobody cares. Speak not, tired tacky wench. Clean. Sorry. That harlot again. Or should I say swift? There it is. That joke never gets me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's forget it. You're not going anywhere. Something on the wall.
Hello. Yes.
Check.
Mike, check.
They're writing them and they're coming back to give me, why don't you add in selenium, why don't you do this, why don't you do that?
Testing.
They tested for all
Mike,
of
check.
them, said everything is good. So they
Yes,
tested
okay.
out the product. So, yeah, but I have to bring it again.
Yes,
and
okay.
add in selenium, it has to come back.
Yes, the changing
So I will do that soon. Now
we need to visit your premise. Your premise.
I'm still doing it in my lab, but it's okay.
I want to see the five processes. You're interested in
Check 1, 2.
They're writing out.
2, check 1, 2.
I got someone whom I'm telling what to do, and then writing it out. And yes, so give us that document. This has no look at this, look at that, look at that. There are quite a number of them.
because what we are doing, we are guiding you as you move towards integration. So that's the integration requirements are very high.
Right away out. This kind of dilemma almost killed me. They're asking for something.
You can start with contract manufacturer. Contract manufacturer. Then try manufacturer. Who can do for you, before you make the extracts, then they do the dilution, separate license, then they can come for you. Even up where share the process. Contract manufacturing. Some of our farmers, they go get their needs from the garden. You have no needs, you have no needs. That's contract manufacturing. But on our side, I need to see how you have your rights protected.
Is there? I think so. But you know, I will.
Better take something. I don't know, second marathon, I think it's a short.
Which will not.
Yes.
Which will not manage.
Yes.
No, but I think as I get my retirement, I think I would like to do my things, my own, the way I want to do that so that I understand what is going on.
See now, for you, but
Yes, but I should make sure that the process.
no, you inspect the process.
I think I will try to find you one. I had a research.
For you, I can manufacture, but for you, inspect the process.
That's what somebody from GMS was talking about, but it's not in manufacturing, but just looking at it that way. This one haven't brought it there, but they told me I have also blended it. When my back was paining me so much, when again they were challenging me. Musajja n'abasira omukozi w'ekiruma okubakweka obwotyo nampa ekikola in fact naga bagenda onoga kino oteekemu basiri ekikole but this one doesn't have basiri. About 2 weeks that was because people are suffering with backaches here and you know what the doctors got more of this. Almost everybody had a pain somewhere.
But it's not only
No, it's not only moringa, because it was only moringa which I have already tested. This one, other one, I'm still testing it. It's still under testing. That's why it is. What does it smell everything? What is it smelling like? Not really. It's a plant.
but
The one has all
there's a plant that is there.
It's a plant, it can't be green when there is nothing.
Yes. So look at you don't see all of these years in a plant. This way, one side.
Kano kankakuwe ogenda ogeze bamama wo bajjajjaawo. That's why what they have benefited from it.
NMS
Grace of cooperative. And I don't know, manufacturing, all of one with natural consistency of the product. But you know, consistency of the cooperative. I don't see them do that good somewhere there about
But this paper is in general this paper.
Yes, no, this year always section, cover section 14, Where you have global year report, category year Uganda. One man called solution. Thank you. Tell him to visit you to provide you guidance, not to close you. Okay. Thank you. But just give me your number. Write your number. These are the ones that you get.
This is NDA. Licenses.
Again,
Also for relatives.
Good morning once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your tea break. We are moving to our mid-morning presentations. Allow me, first of all, to recognize the presence of one of the major educators in the country who has educated so many people, and many people learn a lot from her. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Professor Kakudidi Esesa. We are very proud to have you here. Many of us actually were a student at one point in time, and today we are happy that she's here. She continues to pass the knowledge to very many people, especially to do with ethnomedicine. Thank you, Professor, for being here. Okay, and I would like also to recognize the presence of one of the researchers in the field of natural therapeutics from Busetema University, Dr. Obakiro Samuel. Doctor, thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you. With this, therefore, today we are blessed to have our Commissioner here with us, Commissioner Neville. She's going to be the chair for the next sessions. And I would like to hand the mic to her, and then she will take us through the different presentations. Commissioner Neville is a fighter in the field of traditional medicine. At least we gain a lot of prominence through her hard work. She was able to reach out to so many traditional health practitioners during her term in office, and today she's here to be with us. Let's give her a big hand clap. Thank you very much, Commissioner Neville, for being here, for accepting our invitation to travel all the way from a long distance to come here. I know you travel a long distance, but we are glad that you are here. And now that you're here, I'm sure we shall learn a lot from you, and the chair is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moket. Colleagues, I want to take this opportunity to reintroduce myself. I'm called Neville Okunateba, retired Commissioner, Pharmaceuticals and Natural Medicine. So, without wasting much time, I'm honored to be here, and I would like to call the presenters. Our first presenter will give us a topic on traditional medicine yesterday, today and tomorrow, and that is none other than Mr. Simon Senkai. Please join me here. Then the second presenter is Dr. Grace, our dear one, director. Please join us. Then I'd like to call Dr. Michael Mutiaba to join us from National Drug Authority. Then our next presenter is Mr. Edward Nahurira Kazire, who is online. Our online participants, you are most welcome. Please give them a round of applause to see whether they can hear us. Can you hear us? Are they hearing us properly? So please make sure that they are listening and they are hearing. Otherwise, they might not follow the presentation. So I'd like to get the opportunity to get the profile for the panelists. So I would ask each one of them to introduce themselves before making a presentation. So can you please have Mr. Simon Senkai? 10 minutes. So you're going to get 12 minutes, 2 for introducing yourself, and okay, right. So we are getting some little time. Mr. Senkai, please introduce yourself and your topic. Please, I request that you pay attention.
Session chairperson, doctors present, professors, experts in traditional medicine, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here on behalf of the Office of the Royal Treasury, Uganda Kingdom. When I looked into the program, I saw that most of the participants, presenters and session chairs, chairpersons, were professors and doctors. Now when I looked at myself, I wondered if it's not an interlude, if my presentation is not just an interlude, it is a funny joke. But since I'm invited to share something as an observer and the client of traditional medicine, I hope I can say something about it. For millennia, ladies and gentlemen, people around the world have healed the sick with herbal medicines. And this has been handed over to generations and generations up to date. And when I read the theme, that's 20 years of traditional medicine, I want even to propose a change of the theme, 1,000 years of traditional medicine. For years, before the advent of modern medicine, our ancestors have lived to old age. They have lived, probably more than us, because the life expectancy today has really come down. Amidst so many challenges and illnesses. Of course, we know that some died, but majority of them lived. In Africa, for instance, 80% of the population today still use traditional remedies rather than modern medicine for primary health care. That is according to World Health Organization fact sheet on traditional medicine. It is self-evident, therefore, that most elites of our generation now prefer natural healing processes more than modern treatment. And of recent, when COVID struck us, all of us became doctors in our own right. And people have appreciated more the impact and the impact of traditional medicine on human life. So with more exposure to knowledge and experiences of using modern treatment procedures and its long-term effects to the human body, the population has steadily begun to appreciate traditional medicine, not just in the developing world, but even in the developed world. For instance, a survey conducted in 2021 found that 74% of US medical students believe that Western medicine would benefit by integrating traditional and alternative therapies and practices. So since traditional medicine thrives more on culturally grounded nations, there has been evidence in such nations of more revenues being generated from traditional medicine. For example, in 2005, traditional medicines worth $14 billion were sold in China in 2005. In 2007, Brazil saw revenues of $160 million from traditional therapies. So on the other side, it's also true that modern medicine is desperately short of treatments. It is a fact. So we all know that it takes years for a new drug to get through the research and development pipeline to the users. There is also growing drug resistance. I have a friend who has been using amoxicillin to treat cough, but the time came that it could not work on him anymore. So they elevated him to a level of ampiclox. Drugs have developed lots of resistances in our people, especially modern drugs. So both these trends have sparked interest in traditional medicine as a source for highly successful and lucrative drugs. The best known in China, it is artemisinin. Today we have artemisinin in hospitals. When you go to hospital, you don't want quinine, they use artemisinin. But it comes from artemisinin. Dr. Antege from Sefa Organic knows this. Artemisinin, which is extracted from Artemisia annua, or China's sweet wormwood, it's the basis for the most effective malaria drugs the world has ever seen. Western researchers first became aware of this in the 1980s, though it had to take long. We take long to appreciate our own medicines, not because they're not effective, but because there is a direct competition between traditional medicines and modern medicines. There is a direct competition. And the people finding modern medicines, I don't think they will be interested in promoting traditional medicines because they know they're effective and efficient if they're well worked on. So, what do we need to know about traditional medicine? Traditional medicine practice involves a range of medical disciplines that include indigenous herbalism and African spirituality, typically including diviners, midwives, and herbalists. You know, we have to accept that I'm a black man, and I'm proud to be a black man. Every nation is defined in its own way. And when you look at most of these medicines, some of them are spiritual. There are families, for instance, here in Uganda, there are families that we knew that family, they're supposed to be doctors or traditional healers. So instead of focusing a lot of effort to do research about this and develop it and put it to that level, we are instead fighting it. So the mindset, it is believed that our indigenous medicine can cure a variety of health conditions, including UTIs and wounds. Traditional medicine was the dominant medical system for millions of people in Africa prior to the arrival of Europeans who introduced modern medicine. The question that we all need to ask ourselves, how is it possible that our forefathers lived before modern medicines? And they lived long. And what has happened today? A lot of things have changed. To clock to 60 years of age, it's a miracle. Without illnesses, and I'm shocked. We have a 76-year-old here who can even still shake a little bit. Is the gentleman here? I saw him shaking, 76 years. But when you go deep into his life to examine how he grew up and how he has lived, it is because of tradition. The traditions of Lango. So in various African societies, traditional medicine usage has greatly declined, being replaced by scientific Western medicine, not necessarily associated with inefficiencies, but I call it slavery of the 21st century. Slavery of the 21st century that changed the mindset of black people to believe that anything associated with blackness is devil, demonic. That is something that we need to fight. So however, the scientific medicine cannot reach the health needs of our societies. We all know that our grandmothers and fathers deep in the villages of this country have no access to modern treatments. For primary health care, they basically go for traditional medicine. Examples of traditional medicines and conditions that they manage. I'm not so good at pronouncing these words. Precranthus sinus. Precranthus sinus. Echibangulata. Not so? It treats wounds and men with road beetle. And cancer. We have Douala, a bombo. Treats cough. We use it to cough. And the running nose. The African basil, Omjaja. It treats bad breath and flatulencies or gases. Oslundia, Oposta, Kamunye, treats postpartum hemorrhage. Aloe vera, Echigaji. Albizia, Omugavu, treats the cough and the stomach aches. Of recent, we have Wabugia, Nguza Nume. If you told a black man that you can take medicine from from Nguza Nume, boil it and drink it, it can treat lots of respiratory illnesses, they won't accept it. That is why I'm thankful and I appreciate the effort of Dr. Ward for COVID. I'm sure among the ingredients of COVID, Nguza Nume is there. So why traditional medicine? One of the most striking differences between traditional and modern medicines is the legal protection given to knowledge. Traditional practitioners have historically shared their knowledge and experience freely, defining openness before even the word existed. But modern medicine, on the other hand, has stringent intellectual property laws and highly evolved patenting systems used to protect knowledge about drugs and medicine techniques. The greatest challenge to modern medicines, especially among our people, why they sometimes fear to embrace them, because they didn't participate in the process. Anything that you're not involved in the process, it is very hard to build trust. And traditional medicine gives us a platform, gives us all a platform to participate in the process of production of these medicines. So why use traditional medicines? It's easily affordable by low income status. Most of sometimes it is easy to speak when you're in Kampala. But when you travel deep in the villages, someone can get sick and even fail to access aspirin, a simple tablet. But here in Kampala, it might be easy. That is why most of our people have access to traditional medicine. It requires little knowledge to use. The medicine is readily available in our communities. Traditional medicine is trusted by our people. Medicine has a minimal side effects. And it's one way of protecting the environment. Those people that are fighting for environmental conservation should promote traditional medicine. Because the more people appreciate nature, the more they protect it. So challenges, of course there's challenges. Improved processing equipment, widespread stigmatization of traditional medicine. If you use it, they say, you're dogo. We are so much, Africans are so much centered in the fight with the ancestors. We are the only people who believe that we have a war to fight with the ancestors. But the whites believe, whenever they are speaking, they say our ancestors, our forefathers. They praise them and maybe store the things that they did. So in summary, for better future usage of traditional medicine, the following measures need to be considered. First, through conservation of our indigenous medicine species, we need to gazette areas to avoid their extinction. Improve on processing of medicines, through packaging. Government via National Drug Authority should put supportive policies concerning usage and processing of traditional medicine. Through mobilization of the growing of highly required medicinal species and training farmers in cultivation. Dr. Grace recently shared that it is, if they get you traveling out of Korea with the ginseng, you go straight to the prison, right? But people come and take our medicine freely here. They process them. Black people believe in the processed tablet rather than the leaves. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. Educate the public about the need to conserve this local medicine. And to me, the most above all the challenges is to work on the mindset of the people, especially those with authority to make decisions. Traditional medicine is not satanic. God knew that we are both spiritual, and we have bodies and we have the spirit. The spirit God will treat, but anything affecting the body must be treated by the environment. That is nature. So God knew that we had to tap into the nature that is around us to treat the bodies. So we should change the mindset, especially for our professionals in the medical world. We should change the mindset and appreciate that this is not satanic, it is not the body to use this traditional medicine. So beyond the sustainability of natural resources, marrying traditional and modern medicine faces numerous challenges. But the key, as I've said, is the mindset. I believe if we change the mindset of our people, and especially those in positions of authority that make decisions, traditional medicine will thrive. It thrives on culture, and that is why the most cultured nations are advanced as far as traditional medicine is concerned. The more we conserve our cultures, the more we appreciate who we are, love who we are, the more traditional medicine will thrive. Thank you so much. I wish you the best.
Thank you so much. Our presenter, if you want to clap properly. Our presenter has highlighted quite a number of things. That traditional medicine has been there and is not about to go away. All we need to do is to sensitize people against stigmatization, sensitize the leaders, make sure that the practitioners are as well sensitized and trained to bring out a product that each and every person would love to have with the quality we deserve. Thank you very much. You talked about the issue of conservation, and that is very, very important. After you have sensitized people to use the product has to be there continuously. So we want to thank you for taking us through. And the issue of mindset change is very, very important. It starts with us. We are talking about TCM. How many of us are using TCM ourselves? Ask yourself, the product which you are making, can you use it yourself? Can you administer it to your children? Can you administer it to your parents? If the answer is yes, then it means we are on the right track. So traditional medicine has been there. We only need to improve on the technologies on how to bring the best product out and make sure that we use them properly in a manner that preserves the safety of the product as well as the safety of the people who are using it. Thank you very, very much. I have the honor to invite our next presenter, none other, Dr. Grace Nambatia. Please, you have 1 minute to introduce yourself because we know you quite well, and then you proceed to your presentation. Thank you very much. Please listen. You will never hear these presentations again, and take note because we are practitioners. Some of these issues are recurrent. Take note today and start working on the issues that we are not very good at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Neville. As the technology is being set up, kankozesa omukisa guno okozesa bululimi Uganda kubanga mmanyi nti muno mulimu abasawo baffe abayinza okuba nga tebali comfortable n'oluzungu. Tusooka okwetonda tukoze omukolo guno mu budde bwa Ebola kubanga mwandibadde musingawo obungi, twandibadde mu kifo ekinene ennyo. Ssaabasajja Kabaka yali atuwadde ekifo, naye nga bwe mumanyi nti Ebola wajjidde ne wabawo ekigambibwa nti ate abasawo be batambuza Ebola ndowooza ebisikadde ne bwe zikunyonyola. Olunaku luno tutera tukuliza ku nnaku 3, naye bw'obeera mu Afrikana siba tosobola ennaku 3 oyetaaga ng'olina ttani za ssente, naye tubeebaza abasobodde okujja. Kakati abayinza okuba nga bawulira nti ebimu tebabifunye bulungi, bukedde olwaleero mulimu pages 2 namba byonna ebyogerwa wano byawandiikiddwamu ne New Vision. Nsaba mukole ki? Musome ebintu ebyo kubanga okuteeka mu vision that is like 10 million. Mutuyambe mukole ki? Musome ebintu ebyo. So I think ekyo mukitegedde, ate tujja kwongera emboozi eno, but for purposes of diversity we had to use English. Bannange mujja kutusonyiwa naye manyi nti era. So I just want, as I start, because most of what I have to present was presented by the keynote address, Dr. Professor Osi Kasiro. So I'm not going to take very, very long, but I would like to, I'm so happy when I saw Jaco. Jaco, can you stand up for recognition? If you know Theta, he's at the best of Abatanikawo Theta. After COVID, together thank you so much. I would also like in a special way, Dr. Neville will thank the previous presenter, but I want to, in a special way right now, okwebaza Simon Senkai, okulaba nti wakkiriza okujja. Banaye Simon Senkai, Simon wa bulijjo. He commits time every Saturday at 6 a.m. Now, kusomesa to find your calling, your personality. Kati, it's based on that. He has mentored so many people. He has written books. Some people go through the world nga tebeezudde. Kati I realize nti abantu baffe abamu bali muhago naye tebeezuulanga. Naye ngamba banne Seka tulina okumuyita. So thank you so much. Time tekumaze, but we wanted you to begin. I believe even Saturday you might call about talk about okwezuula mu traditional medicine. So my topic this evening, morning, afternoon. Yeah, I was supposed to talk about policy environment of Uganda in the last 2 decades. Naye ababaddewo nga tufuna keynote address, Professor Osi Kasiro, ye boss waffe mu traditional medicine. Bw'amala okwogera policies, siyinza kwetattala. So we're going to move very fast. You know, kati kwegamba tumunzikire ku Uganda mutegedde decade tugamba decade sebo Mwami Senkai 20 years was not meant for traditional medicine, not 20 years, but we talk of 20 years of African traditional medicine day. And you might oyinza okwagala okumanya olwajja lutya kati mbayisamu quickly nti waliwo gye bayita decade okudeclaringa 2000 to 2010 as African Decade on African Traditional Medicine. Kyali mu lukuŋŋaana lw'abaministers nga owaffe yennyini Kamugisha Alex, former Minister of State for Health, ye sponsoring that statement. Ngekiyitawo so Uganda eri ku mulama ye proposing African Traditional Medicine gye batange bakubirekokumbali ate omuntu eyatumanya obulungi ennyo mu budde obwo n'atubulira nze ne sikyeraze up to today, Mr. Konamai. Mr. Konamai, please stand up. He looks about, I don't know how to say, he's an elder. Bebe twase nomination Chemotherapeutic Research Institute. For us, abantu baffe bagenda, we stay in touch. And Mr. Mai, we thank you in a special way for always honoring these events. So we went through guidelines to support Professor Osi Abyogede Kosija Bidam. Naye kyatayogede probably. Chayogede Chivaku Gibeta Alma Ata Declaration. This was in 1978, where it was realized by WHO that for people to be healthy, like by the year 2000, Chetaksa Okteka in the system. So WHO Densale, right from the word go. So Abyogede Alma Ata year 78, Yatandikam that statement. 1998, WHO revisited. Sincerely, I believe some of you grew up hearing a statement, healthy for all, 2000 years and 8,000. So the proposal of Chitekam traditional medicine started that time. It was resolved, you know, I think you'll never see them, then Okonekutandikirako, Okubera anti strategy of traditional medicine etandika. Not designating us 31st August every year as African Traditional Medicine Day. This year, Pesanga is so day. Now, you want to cannot celebrate the day on another day because Ina messages is very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we are sitting here today on the 26th of October. We targeted the day to have our Minister of Health to be around, but as you know, Ebola came in to disorganize things. But she sent us a representative, Dr. Charles Olaro, who has done us good, came, read to us the statement, which you'll find in New Vision today and in Bukede today. You know, so there, I think you'll find. Yes. Since then, religiously, Uganda has celebrated these days from 2003, but this is the last one. Dr. Komakech, sorry I didn't seek your permission, but I knew you would not take offense. This was the pandemic celebration. During the COVID pandemic, we were still, I think we were in, which hotel? Imperial Royal. We had Dr. Msenero, Minister of Science and Technology as guest of honor. Yes, we managed to really also celebrate it. Yeah, so it's not strange that we're doing this more. And so basically, all that now, if you've ever seen a book like this, I'm presenting this for purposes of people who teach us like Safe Organic. You can go on the net and look out the strategy. It started 2002 to 2005. But then again, people were not achieving health. Then it had to be revised, and then we got to 2014 to 2023. That is our Bible. It tells you what to do, and we just heard that there are tools. When WHO tells you to do something, it even gives you a tool to do it. But we're still crying. I mean, the tool is there, and when you say you're going to use it, you are funded. So, now, we're talking of 2 decades, 20 years. We assess ourselves, even on such a day. How have we done on community mobilization? resource mobilization, kunonya sente, cultivation and conservation. Tukoze tutya. In a nutshell, Uganda tukoze tutya conservation. Tetutemye emiti ne bitumalawo. Kali tusile tutekawo. Amabanda, pine, gakuka tulinga, abatamanyi Uganda is an epicenter. Professor Kalkunigi will tell us. An epicenter for the biodiversity. So today, if you've been seeing people cutting trees and not saying anything, please say something now. Okay, I have 2 minutes left. Research and development, local production, intellectual partnerships, these are the key indicators. We don't just assess ourselves just like that. But we have SOHAT, I think for Uganda, we were appraised of where we have that law that should now be operationalized. All those things have been talked about by Professor. I'm taking you to the end. What have we been doing in the absence of the law? Part of what we've been doing, mentoring students. Herbalist, I'm sure some of you are in that picture. Herbal training that is going on under DIT. Herbalists do graduate. Thank you for listening to me, but I would like to recognize Mr. Hillary. Mr. Hillary, stand up for recognition. Mr. Hillary is the mother of Bugia Ugandensis and other Emitide Nansangwa. You know, to make a disappearance, we invited such people in a special way. He brought lots of Bugia seedlings, Prunus africana. Don't go away without a seedling. Of course, at a cost, it comes from Mr. Hillary, sorry.
I come from Rubirizi district.
Rubirizi district? That gentleman is passionate about Wabukia. When he gives you a Wabukia seedlings, he will call you to ask whether you watered them. Whether I'm telling you, I pray when you come to the lab, the Wabukia looks okay, because if you find it not okay, you're going to faint. But again, thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace. That's a great overview. I think you have taken us through the regulatory environment. And as you said earlier, much of the issues were integrated into the keynote address. But key to note is the issue of integration, training, sensitization, and conservation. So those are recurring. So with those two words, I would like us to clap for Dr. Grace once again. I recognize our effort and the people she has introduced. Let me take this opportunity now to invite our next presenter, none other than Dr. Mutiaba Michael from the National Drug Authority. Michael, you have the floor. Are you around? You have 20 minutes, please. 10 minutes. And Dr. Komakochi, you are the timekeeper. Please take here, especially this presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here to speak on behalf of the National Drug Authority as we look at the 20th African Medicines Day celebration. Now, we are looking at the progress so far we have done over this period. First, I'm going to highlight. That NDA is mandated by the Act of Parliament, that is 206, but also as the emphasis on traditional medicine. We note that NDA has a governing body, and our governing body has representatives that focus on natural products. And this is very vital because first we have a representative of the herbalists. So if you're a manufacturer, you cannot do without herbalists. Also, as in regulation, we do have a representative from the herbalists. We have the director of Natural Chemotherapeutic Research Institute, which brings out the fact that herbal medicines in the new generation, we need to conduct research in herbal medicine. We have the Commissioner of Pharmaceutical Services and Natural Products. That is very vital. Taking into consideration the theme we are looking at. We are looking at 2 decades of African traditional medicines, and that last part towards achieving universal health coverage in Africa. So if you are manufacturers, you are herbalists, where are our medicines going? Our medicines are going into the healthcare system. So I pray you clap for yourselves. Because as we look at this, we are looking at the integration of traditional medicine into the healthcare system. And also WHO talks about this in their strategy of 2016-2023, how our traditional medicines can be integrated into the healthcare system. That's our vision, which also look at the herbal medicine. Basically, we want to ensure that as the entire population of Uganda, we have access to safe, efficacious, and quality medicine. That's why NDA is the place to ensure that we're able to regulate, the public has access to safe, efficacious medicine, and also we'll be able to provide guidance, technical guidance to the manufacturers so that they can be able to manufacture these medicines. That is our definition of a drug. What I need to highlight, it also encompasses herbal medicine. One of our core functions of the mandate of NDA is to encourage research and development of herbal medicine. And we define a drug as any substance that is used for treatment or prevention of a disease or for improving a physical function for both agricultural and industrial purposes. So, if you are making products and your product has a claim either treatment or prevention of a disease, but also here I wish to encourage the herbalists to also make products for the veterinary sector. Don't neglect it. In regards to NDA functions, we do register these herbal medicines with the aspect of ensuring that they get into the supply chain. And we also inspect the premises where these are manufactured. Some of you may be asking yourself, why do we inspect these premises? We want to ensure the public that the products are of quality and also protect you, the manufacturer. But also the other aspect, when we visit your premises, we want to provide this technical guidance from the premise. We do hold technical meetings like this where we train herbal manufacturers, but we found that those are not adequate. So the aspect of visiting your premises is to ensure that we can train you from your premises. That is the current trend we are going to and what we are doing currently. Then the other aspect is quality testing of the herbal products. We have different tools that would assist in regulation of herbal medicine. I would urge you to visit the NDA website to be able to download and have copies of these documents. Here I just have to, I think most of the presenters have talked about this. The WHO notes that 80% of the African population use herbal medicine. And the Ministry of Health, Public-Private Partnership Policy for Health documents that 60% use herbal medicine, which shows that as herbal manufacturers, the herbalists, a very core stakeholder in the healthcare system. Remember, we are looking at universal health coverage. If they say that 60% use herbal medicine, so if a table has about 5 people, and I'm counting 60%, 3 may be using herbal medicine, the 2 are only. So it shows the emphasis that herbal medicine has in our sector. But notwithstanding this, there is a debate. There is a debate. The debate is in favor or against. Some people say herbal medicines work. Some people say herbal medicines don't work. But also the aspect of quality. That's why NDA has to come in place to ensure that the products are quality for the purpose of the manufacturer and also the end user of these products. But also, it brings out the aspect that we need to have documented research as mentioned by the key guest speaker. We have to document the research, to document our herbal medicine, and also generate the evidence to show that our products work, to support the traditional knowledge that is available for these products. I've talked about what we regulate. This category of products, we don't regulate them. That is the herbal drinks, herbal sugars, and cosmetics. But you should be mindful of what the product does and the composition. If it has claims of treatment, prevention, then you'll be able to regulate. Notwithstanding the composition, some of you make these products, then you put in wabukia. We know the components of wabukia, the medicinal properties. It's a medicinal plant to be regulated as a drug. The other aspect is in regard to quality assurance, adulteration. We have noted that there is an increasing rate of adulteration. One of these could be botanical adulteration or adulteration with conventional medicines. The other aspect is the claims. This is a key point you need to take into consideration, the claims about our products. We know from traditional knowledge that our products have certain claims, but most of you, some of the challenge you face is they transcend the symptoms to curative. What I mean is a person has, for example, pain, and is provided a herbal remedy which relieves that pain, but then the herbal says it has cured the disease. Kindly take note of the symptoms that you are providing relief to. And this is where we need additional research in our herbal medicines. Bansabye kwogera bano mu Luganda nga National Drug Authority tukimanyi eddagala ekinnansi likola naye tufuna okusomoozebwa abatabuzi b'eddagala ekinnansi erivudde mu butonde bagenda okugamba mbaddeyo ekyokulabirako nga ngamba nti agambye nti ozze olina obulumi ku mugongo n'akuwa eddagala nerikuwonya olwoba n'agamba nti akuwonyezza ki endwadde mu kifo kyokwogera kwobo obubonero bwakoze eki bwakoze soka okusomozebwa okuliwo ate n'ekirala zino endwadde ezimu mpya zakajja tusenga nikatugambe katwaliwo ebola mu biseera bingi yali ne covid yali ki naye obubonero obumukulekaba baaliwo so ka temulina kukola ki this is our requirements for approval of the drug. There are very few requirements, 7 in brief. We require an application form, we require analytical reports, and NDA has established MOUs with different research institutions to support you. One is National Chemotherapeutic Research Institute, Mbara University, Makerere University, and also one to go to Kusitema University. As a herbalist, we should know that you cannot complete the value chain alone. So you need support of the scientists. The other challenge you face is the labeling. If we are going to universal health coverage, you want the doctor to prescribe your medicine. You want a doctor. You see, everybody in this room, there is a bottle of water on your table. The bottle of water has a label. It even has the amount of ingredients it has. Here, I have to note the key aspect that the challenge you face. One of the challenges, you say, if you declare your plant, we are going to steal it. Your intellectual property is how you make your drug. You can't say a patent eucalyptus. Your intellectual property is how you make your drug. For example, if you're using eucalyptus leaves, some of you boil it, some of it used in distillation. So your intellectual property is how you make your drug. It's not the plant. Tufuna okusomozebwa okulala wano okusomozebwa mu kuwandiisa eddagala. Oli najja n'agamba nti nno ayagala kuwandiisa eddagala lye, oba ajja kubba eddagala lye, omuti gwe bajja kubba. Gino emiti baaginoonyerezaako dda obwennannyini bw'eddagala lyo buli mu ngeri gy'otabulamu eddagala lyo. Bantu bangi bakozesa omuti ogw'ekalipitaasi, oli omu akozesa bikoola, balala bakozesa bibajjo, naye nga tagambye nti kimuti. So buli product gy'okola olina okuwandiika ki ekiri mu ki. Ate jjukira eddagala ly'olikoze, you've made your product, ogenda gitwala w'omusawo ng'eddagala ezzungu akuyambeko okukola ki, okuligaba. So kati n'omusawo oyo w'eddagala ezzungu alina okumanya kyagenda okukola ki, sijja gaba ddagala lyesitamanyi. So we need to know that our products are well packaged so that we can be able to integrate into the healthcare coverage. Sorry, I'm out of time, but I'll try to summarize. Now, this graph shows you the number of applications we have received over time. AND has been carrying out engagements through the hub associations, and we thank the leaders of hub associations who are here. I know they mentioned some. Also, what they did mention was National Union and National Products, Uganda Harvest Association, Uganda Wanga Wafe. I've also got to learn them because I'm working with them. And thank you for being able to pass this information to your members. And our appeal as National Drug Authority, even if for the funds we have, we can provide technical assistance. But even if you organize yourselves, we shall send technical to provide you guidance. So this is the trend. Currently, the number of herbal products we have that are on our current register manufactured in Uganda are more than those that are imported. So clap for yourself. But the issue is we need to see how we can improve on the quality. This is basically what we look out for when we come to your manufacturing premises. The key point we have to note, you don't need to have a very big hotel, but a premise is where you manufacture your product from. And whoever has no premise is not a herbal manufacturer. You need to have a premise. The premise has to have equipment. One of the equipment can be a chinu. It can be equipment. A safety can be equipment. So can be equipment. If you have the equipment, you are, I would say, very. Yes, you should have the equipment to manufacture products. Here, we do capacity building visits. We come to your premise where you sell your products from. We want to provide you guidance from where you are. So this is National Drug Authority, and I wish to commend you because I see now herbalists are transcending from hawking to having premises. So clap for yourself, and we hope that you can have more of these people who are having premises, such that you can weed out the hawkers. Now, we have another program at National Drug Authority. When we visit your premises, as part of the quality assurance, we identify the gaps you have. After identifying the gaps, we look for potential herbal manufacturers who are better than you. So we carry that team, we carry it to go and learn from that herbal, from those respective facilities. So at this point, I wish to thank members of Kabuti, Aloysia, Doctor's Choice, who have provided their avenues for learning purposes of other herbalists. So when you visit your premises, we tend to provide that kind of guidance and see what gaps you have so that we can help you. Our objective is that the product you make is of good quality. If you can't make it, please collaborate. Contract manufacturing is also acceptable. It is available in maize. If you're a farmer, you don't have a harrow, you get your maize and you buy the bill for you. That's contract manufacturing. Also in herbalist, if you can't manufacture, partner. And this is engagement of stakeholders. I thank the leaders of herbal associations who are here. They help give us appropriate feedback. Now, clinical trials, we have the guidance for clinical trials already in place, and it's based on also the WHO guidance documents. I have to note that currently, I would thank you because you're the people who are making these products. NDA has received so far 6 applications for clinical trials in herbal products. So far, we have approved 2 clinical trials applications. Those are the applications that we have approved National Drug Authority. There are still other 4 that are still under the process. And also with the guidance of the board, the fees were reduced. I'm summarizing. The other aspect is pharmacovigilance. Vigilance. You can't say that a herbal product has no side effects. Every drug has what? Every drug has side effects. And those side effects, they may be good. Because through the side effects, I can get a disease for another ailment. So please, every drug has side effects. The best example I would give you is food. I may be allergic to peanuts. That's a side effect. So you need to tell the patient, the patient is empowered. So as National Drug Authority, we have gone ahead to modify our tools. So for herbal, we get market complaints. If you're a herbalist, you can adequately report, send a complaint on the herbal drug. So if you're manufacturers, to our stakeholders who listen to us online, please send in your complaints to National Drug Authority, even to the herbals, so that we can be able to guide the industry. Whether it may be a problem of the market, maybe a counterfeit, or the manufacturer needs proper guidance now to better make his product. Also here, the aspect of the side effects. The information that you give to patients. You go to hospitals, you are advertising the product. ADA regulates the information that goes to the patients because we have the different categories. We have the healthcare providers, we have the consumers. So we need to be able to regulate the information we give to the patients. Probably my time is up, but I just want to inform you that as part of our post-marketing surveillance, we monitor the products on the market. And it is sad that we have found some of the products that are adulterated with conventional medicines. We find it, we shall issue circular to recall this product. This case in point was a herbal product that was adulterated with Viagra, which is very bad for the herbal sector. We have an adequate lab, so I can assure you we shall test your products and be able to understand what is there if they're counterfeiting. Our lab is accredited, and we have different MOUs. I have to inform you that now Uganda has already joined the WHO, and we are part of members of the International Regulatory Cooperation of Herbal Medicine Network. This happened in the period of COVID. Now, this is my last slide, but also the National Drug Authority want to see how we can establish baseline data to inform our policy decisions. So we have done a few studies in the past year. One was to assess the level of adulteration and use of herbal medicines in diabetic patients. Remember, we are going to universal health coverage. So we are looking at the patient groups. How do they use herbal medicines? Are the medicines adulterated? What is the... But the good thing for this study, we found that the medicines were not adulterated. But the key aspect we found, which you need to take into consideration, was that 90% of the patients that we interviewed, the diabetic patients, use herbal medicine together with conventional medicine. So if you're a herbal practitioner or a Western trained doctor, you have to know that if you give your insulin, the patient is more likely to go and also add the herbal medicine. And also if you are a herbalist, if you give your herbal medicine, the patient is more likely to go and also take a conventional medicine. 90%. And our study showed that also 66% similar to the public-private partnership policy for health use herbal medicines. The second one, we are looking at quality of the herbal medicines on market. We to analyze the data. And the last one, we want to see how best we can standardize our plans. Dr. Grace talked about the development of the Hillary for Bugia ugandanensis was one of the products that we tried to look at its physiochemical properties, toxicity. Thank you very much. Vivian, support your help.
Thank you. Please clap again. So I will not try to summarize what Michael has presented, because this is information we have been interpreting with it most of the time. The requirements, what you're supposed to do, how to fill the form for your medicine, be registered or notified. And I want to talk about adulteration. One of the things that make people fail to take herbal medicine is because of lack of trust. So if we are to move in the next decade positively, then we need to help the users of PCM to trust our medicine. And this is of adulteration. We want to be traditional medicine practitioners. Why do you put there the conventional medicine? It will kill the market. Please desist from it. The associations who are here, make sure your members do the right thing. Thank you very much. With all that, I want to call upon the next presenter, who is online. Edward, can you hear us? Please introduce yourself and go right ahead, and know for sure you have 10 minutes. Strictly 10 minutes. You are most welcome. 10 people? Is Edward online?
Yes, we can.
We can't hear, it's faint. Technology.
Africa, because we are aware that our health sector in Africa, like we shared before, that most of our communities and the people, more than 50%, entirely depend on natural, traditional herbal medicine. A day like this one is so unique because even if we don't standardize, like the previous presenter, if we don't standardize and provide safe traditional medicine, people will still go for it, and I do not think we would be creating a better future. Because entirely less than half of African citizens, about 615 million people, have access to health care that they need, entirely meaning that more than half of our people are barely depending on traditional medicine. This, in the wake of COVID-19 outbreak, everyone seemed to think that Africans were going to die in large numbers, something that never came to a reality. And this was entirely due to the fact that most of our people in the communities rushed to African healthcare system, especially where they went for traditional medicine. In case in example, many people rushed for dawa tea, which is a formulation out of lemons and ginger, and it was indeed another intervention that people depended on, and we saw life survive. It was traditional medicine that came our rescue, and this has led to a paradigm shift. Notably, that 2 drugs in Uganda were notified by National Drug Authority during the COVID pandemic for entirely management and the handling of the symptoms of COVID-19. One of them, Covitex, that was the first one who opened the shell that was observed during the COVID-19. The milestones in production and market of herbal drugs at a personal level in my journey for the last 21 years from the undergraduate research with a bias in natural products development, thanks to Dr. Grace Nambatia, who inspired me when I was still an undergraduate for the interest and love she had for natural products development. Thanks to Professor Wang, he was by then a young researcher at the Natural Medical Therapeutics Research Laboratory, but they inspired us a lot to live onto this journey. It has been a rough journey, full of rapids and cataracts above all, but it has been a slow but consistent achievement of success after success. From the social stigma to the policy to the community perception, thanks to Dr. Senero and the whole team that worked harder so that there was to be regionalization, shifting us from the Witchcraft Act of 1957 to the current today 2019 Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act of 2019. Once it was passed, it paved the way for the production systems. My brother Dr. Mchawa, it would be hard for you to do all that you have been able to do for us in the natural medicine sector. It was not that was when contribution from WHO. We cannot thank you with any magnitude, but we only say, may this trend keep on so that we see the solution and progress of traditional medicine. However, a number of prospects are under the microscope. Despite the challenges we have been the available evidence points to the fact that more than 60% of our population relies on herbal medicine to the treatment of various ailments, and more than 80% of our community both use herbal medicine and conventional medicine for the treatment of different diseases. The situation has been accelerated by the outbreak of COVID-19. Even those that never trusted herbal medicine have been convinced to know that real herbal medicine works. Today, the Fortune Business Insights say the market for herbal medicine was valued at US dollars 151.91 billion in 2021. However, due to the COVID-19 impact and the change in the trends, it is now projected to reach US dollars 347.5 billion by 2019. I think this is a good market where we need to really project. Thanks to SPI, I want to thank beyond reasonable doubt the efforts of Dr. Monique Musenero towards the development of the national pathogen economy. I'm imagining if Uganda only took about 10% of this market, what it would be a robust economy. Some sources estimate that actually this market is likely to grow to about 500 billion by 2030. And since our national pathogen economy projections were targeting 2032, it would mean by that time we would actually be there. Our primary concern is not money. However, it should be noted that one of the issues compromising our healthcare system is limited funding. However, I want to thank the government of Uganda for putting a fund to support this. For example, currently the ongoing preparations for various clinical trials on herbal medicine is not a simple contribution that we can take for granted as manufacturers and developers in natural medicine. For that matter, we need money to strengthen our healthcare system, and there is a solution in herbal medicine if we can do it right. The pathogen economy as a project will be a river to deliver us to the middle income status, and this can only happen with streamlined systems in the herbal medicine sector. Irrespective of what we have been through in the last 2 decades regarding herbal medicine, and then we are sure, because the ray of hope is now clearer, I want to congratulate the many fighters, Dr. Grace Navatia, Professor Kwan, Dr. Ojara. These are people that have continuously kept on the forefront, that whenever we would look at you, we would know there is a journey we are tracking on, and that's why we have not lost hope as many as practitioners in the manufacturing sector and also in the practice of natural medicine. The golden chance for herbal medicine to save Africa's ailing health system is here, and everyone is sure about this. As practitioners, we need to do things right and ensure that we do not in any way compromise our people's health. That's why there is a call from WHO. It will note what the WHO representative shared about. The call to standardize, the call to test for safety and efficacy, that what we are providing to our community is safe, and that is the only way we can create a better future for the natural and traditional medicine sector. And this will be the easiest way that we can lead to that collaboration and integration into the mainstream healthcare system. The way forward, I want to thank STTI, which is working on the National Pathogen Economy Framework, a platform aimed at fostering and streamlining innovation in herbal medicine and related aspects in the healthcare system. This is a lifetime opportunity that needs our full support. Each one of us in the traditional medicine sector, each one's contribution is so vital, so that we help each other to build this sector greater heights. If these things can be done right, then we shall create a better future in the herbal and traditional medicine sector. Once again, I want to thank you and congratulate everyone on this wonderful day where we are seeing the future of traditional medicine in Africa taking steps forward, not only for Africa, but also for the global stability of the healthcare systems by providing natural, efficacious, safe treatments to lead health for all. I thank you.
Personal journey and how challenging it has been. We thank you that you have been persistent, and we are going to learn a lot from you. And you have also told us the market volume. I expected these people around here to clap because the market volume will motivate us. So without wasting much time, we are going to the next presenter. Ahega, I would like to beg your indulgence. We are going to have a presentation from Brenda and then Dr. Bruce, and we continue from there. Brenda, please, you have the floor. Thank you. Brenda, are you there?
I am here.
You're most welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, radio protocol staff. Congratulations upon making it to this day. I pray you're able to hear me. Hello. Are you able to hear me? Yes, you can. Okay. Thank you. So, this afternoon, I present on government support for natural therapeutics research and development. My name is Brenda Nakazibwe. I am the team leader at the Pathogen Economy, that is at Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President. A quick look at what pathogens are. Of course, we've been discussing it, but they are simply organisms that can cause human, animal, and plant diseases, and that is our mainstay at the pathogen economy. Science, technology, and innovation is made up of 10 departments, so what we call bureaus, and the pathogen economy, which speaks directly to therapeutics from natural products, is what I'm presenting on this afternoon. So, what is the pathogen economy that we are referring to? Dr. Kazire has just been mentioning. This refers to the making, selling, and use of goods and services related to the prevention, control, and treatment of damage due to pathogens. And definitely, as we talk about Uganda and Africa and other countries, we have a situation on our hands. We are residents to over, we are inhabitants for over 200 pathogens, those that have been characterized and isolated. And yet, we have not had effective solutions to them over the years. If we have had, they've been more of subsistence, and here we are coming in to make it a whole economy. Continuing to look at the situation analysis for this for the financial year last year 2021, science, technology, and innovation was only given 0.5% of the national budget, and in this, all these prioritized industrial value chains have to be worked on. We are supposed to bring products on the market, and with that kind of budget, you find that it becomes hard. Uganda's budget allocated to health is 8.7, yet with the declaration at Abuja, 15% at least should be spent on medical supplies. Even when we do so, you find that the expenditure on the medical supplies is from those that are imported and not manufactured in the country. And finally, on the situation analysis, one said that up until 2021, when the pathogen economy was instituted, the country had never, at least from our research, conducted any clinical trials for therapeutics from natural products. And then working and interacting and engaging with the scientists from the natural research, we found that over 230 NDA notified herbal therapeutics, none had undergone clinical trials. And then most of the research in our universities really is for publications and not necessarily commercialization. So this is what we come in to contribute to.
And then we have had no infrastructure for some of the very vital platforms we've set up. What are the strides made thus far from the pathogen economy through science, technology, and innovation? And where have we begun at PRESIDE, which is the Presidential Scientific Initiative on Epidemics that metamorphosed in 2020, that metamorphosed into the pathogen economy in 2021 June, which is part of the department in science technology. So we started at creating think tanks. Recently, I was attending a conference on African education in Mauritius just last week. And as Africans, we were actually encouraging ourselves, but as well challenging ourselves to create think tanks that will have solutions for us, context-specific solutions for Africa. And we realized that one of the major ways to achieving this is in creation of think tanks, which we did. We got scientists in the area of herbal medicine, herbal research, and we've been able to make the strides we have. We've created funding for scientists, and like you will see, we already have scientists who have been funded right from research and development, and now we are getting into clinical trials and thereafter commercialization. Technical support in our value chain. You see that some cannot necessarily write the science, but those in the academia that are one of our greatest partners do. So we actually support in reviewing protocols, IP registration, training, because their work is very, very credible. But we need to face, for example, the RICS. We need to face the joint review boards. We need to face, so we offer this technical support so that our protocols are able to pass and we are able to be supported by regulators. We have MOUs, we are working out MOUs with manufacturers. Some of our scientists do not have production lines, and we are doing an end-to-end for the natural therapeutics. So if we go through the clinical trials, the phytochemicals, go through the in vitro studies, go through what next after the clinical trials. We need to manufacture, we need to commercialize, and that's what we are doing. Finally, we have set up platforms to support end-to-end research and development for natural therapeutics. I've just mentioned we are working out MOUs and signing agreements with players in the phytochemical analysis, and we are looking at the Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute. We've already had an onboarding with them, even with the Directorate of the Government Analytical Laboratories. We've had an onboarding with them so that we start the whole process. When you come in, no matter at whichever level, not knowing where to go, I'm a herbalist in the community. When I find systems in place, I'm able to be taken through so that the very good work I am doing, the good claims I have, are able to go through a system supported and sponsored by government. We've established a central facility for in vitro studies. We did not have it, at least to the best of our knowledge, and we've set it up at the Uganda Virus Research Institute. This is fully sponsored by government, and the system is you go through science, technology, and innovation as a pathogen economy, and then we introduce you to the team at the in vitro, and then you're able to have your samples taken through those analyses. We've also established a central platform for clinical trials, and we are going to be hearing it from the in vitro and from the clinical trials platform that we've called CONAT. And like I said at the beginning, we had not had clinical trials, at least not for natural products, therapies or therapeutics from natural products, and that's what we've set up, fully funded, and this is to help us to standardize, to go beyond just the subsistence, not only to produce for the market here in the country, but actually to go beyond the borders of this country. Just around May, there was a pharmacist show at Lugogo, and we were able to interact with some of the herbal researchers that subscribe to the Uganda Herbalist Association, and we thank the chairman very much for being very supportive. Haji Takome, thank you. And when we talked to them, they said they do not want to have clinical trials, but have not had the platform and or the expertise to do this. And we've set this up, and you're going to be hearing in what we are doing. And then I talked about the MOUs. Achievements thus far. In 2020, when the now Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Monica Msenero, was appointed Senior Presidential Advisor on Epidemics, we started out with what we call the Presidential Scientific Initiative on Epidemics, looking at local response tools to the emerging and re-emerging diseases, but we're starting with COVID-19. So in 2020, through the think tanks, through the hackathoning, through the brainstorming, through the ministry, then we're able to identify scientists working on vaccines, and therapeutics. Then I request that you summarize. Our time is out. We are talking therapeutics, and this is how we already did a clinical trial, phase 1, phase 1B, and that is one achievement we have done. We are getting into clinical trials from Busitema University and Kazire. We are getting into the vitamin D tablets and capsule formulation. And then the answer that we are still working through, which is from Kazire University and others at Barra University. So that said, I would want to now hand over to some of the platforms we've been able to work through for you to know exactly what we are doing on ground. Thank you so much for having us from Science, Technology and Innovation. And over to you, moderator. Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. On this note, we want to call upon Professor Bruce to give us your presentation. Professor, are you there? Professor, can you hear us? I ask Professor Wang to be ready. You are next. After Professor Bruce, Professor Wang. Thank you.
Yes, Professor Brook, that's good. That's okay. So, let me put the slides into the show here. maximize rates, I understand. So, when I talk about this is one of the initiatives of the Ministry of Science to support people with natural therapeutics or traditional medicine to conduct clinical trials. It's called the clinical trials of natural therapeutics. It's called the CONAC program, as it is known now. So CONAC is an acronym for clinical trials of natural products. It is funded by the government of Uganda, with the Ministry of Science being the sponsor. It's coordinated here at Makerere, the Land Institute, but it has several partner institutions, as I will show you, that are involved in this value chain. One of them is the OVA, the other one is NACRI, Natural Therapeutics Institute, the other one is UVRI, and the other organization is the GAL. Here, let me make very things okay. So as a background, we know that at least here I'm speaking to the combatant. We know that more than 80% of communities in Africa use herbal and natural medicine for traditional medicine. This is may be known here, but once as modern world as we put it here, we know the paper lines for ourselves. We define herbal medicine as a type of medicine that uses roots, stems, leaves, flowers, or seeds of plants to improve health, prevent disease, or treat illness. I think our colleagues from NBA talked about this. The traditional medicine people may not do the diagnosis, but probably someone has backache, it is cured. Headache is cured. But in conventional medicine, usually we separate the disease from the symptoms. Herbal medicine can also be seen as a practice that includes the use of herbs, herbal materials, herbal preparations, and finished products that contain as active ingredients parts of plants or other plant materials. So that's the definition according to WHO. Traditional medicine, which is used in this symposium, it is a summation of the use of herbs and the things that are described. By indigenous to a group of people. So we have also known that all these active ingredients of plants and animals that are used, there are other things which we accompany as part of the treatment. This is not another problem, even in modern medicine. When you come to hospitals, you find us, you have counselors, you have psychologists. These people have no plans or targets. All of this is akin to what is good. So the landscape of natural therapeutics in Africa is, this is the last time we checked, there are efforts in Africa to work on these natural therapeutics. For example, there are 34 research institutions in Africa that are dedicated to traditional medicine. These include our own natural chemotherapy research institute. As you can see, by the time we checked, there were about over 40 countries which had natural herbal medicines. They are formulary, like the NBA formulary. And this is actually our aspiration that we can move the new medicines we have in the form of formulary. But like diabetes, people say, whether we each them in the formula of what people will use them. This one I already mentioned. We have, as Uganda, we have NACRI, we have a commissioner for pharmaceuticals and natural medicines in East Africa. We have an act of parliament, we have NBA guidelines. Even though we have a medicine, as we have been presented, and we have, as a kind, we moved one of the natural medicines into formal full-powered DCP compliant clinical trial in this country. I think there will be other ways to talk about that. Now, in terms of regulation, I think I'm going to mention that as key of this. So I go to the rationale of CONACT is that the medicine is being used, but people are really lacking capacity to conduct clinical trials, either because of expertise, cost, but also clinical trials are being very expensive. What is required is very expensive. So by creating CONACT, we think this is going to be affordable. This is the landscape of natural medicines. Here, the only point I want to make, you can see in the organized countries are licensing natural therapeutics medicines for use, but Africa has mine despite the large amount of plants and animals that we have. So this is the one is to conduct research that will accelerate the commercial licensing of Uganda's natural medicines in order to improve the health of Ugandans and harness their potential that lies in there. It's not like that. I skip on this because I want to take you to the evidence. These are the objectives, the goal of research, but also the goal of capacity building. We want this CONACT program to build capacity of traditional medicine practitioners to be able to know how do we evaluate the effectiveness of treatment for anyone using basic biostatistics and scientific methods, which can be explained to anyone in the language they understand. This is how the program is organized. We have Ministry of Science working with health, regulators, NBA, National Council of Science, WSB, we have Scientific Advisory Committee at the then we have the partner scientific institutions, as you can see here, we have Queen,
want to do clinical trials of your products. They're presenting and you're talking. Please listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair?
Yes, I'm on. Yes, I'm on.
You can start from there. This is slide number 1.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Just to give a big update of the journey taken this far. I know that previous speakers alluded to the UB01 trial. This is a trial we undertook, but the background to this, I think, was also highlighted in the presentation made by one of the speakers, that around the time we had COVID-19, most people resorted to a use of herbal therapeutics to manage COVID-19. Of course, you could argue that these were the ones that were readily available at that time. Actually, have options to look to. So during COVID-19, these medications were widely used, and one of the products that came on board at that time was what we call the UB01. This was a natural product, and of course, I was approached to evaluate it and see if it has potential to manage COVID-19, treat COVID-19, but also if this product was safe. So we undertook this trial in 2021, and just to know that this was the first clinical trial of the natural therapeutic. Because we stand around this region, we are yet to come across any reports in that regard. So you could say the Ethiopia was the first program to take such trial with so much rigor. We successfully completed this, and the dissemination is planned. But just to let you know that we were able to plan things by just doing this trial. And I want to keep in that mind was that the product as business products needed some sort of support to be able to ascertain how their products will be able to work within a clinical crisis. And because of that, we received many calls from many product brokers trying to see if they can be supported and have their products evaluated within a clinical crisis. Go to the next slide.
So based on this poll, and of course,
Presenter, please summarize your 10 minutes.
Especially by carrying out clinical trials in order to rule out mistrust and therefore identify the important which could try a given. So based on that poll, we set out to establish the CONNECT program that Professor Ilenga will have to. Next slide, bro. So in terms of progress, this work has been ongoing since 2021, of course with UP1 trial. But based on that trial, we were also able to put together a team, a trial network, where we reached out to several scientists from several organizations. Some of them have already been alluded to, UVRI, COVAM, DIGAL, NCRI, trying to see how best we can support the product development and subject these products they have on the market at some sort of scientific agreement. So we've been able to develop an adaptive platform protocol. This is one strategy that most scientists are now using, and this strategy helps in evaluating products within a short time. And you'll notice that for emergencies like COVID, even the products that we now, time is of essence. So most times you need to have a starting point. So with an adaptive platform protocol, you have a master protocol where any product that comes, you just load it in there instead of starting from scratch. So over the last couple of months, we've been able to put this protocol forward, and we think that the start was we will begin with that good strategy functions and see how the products will be managed to manage these infections, but also whether they are safely used. And of course, the ultimate we think will bring on board more So the team has been able to review all the potential products on the market right now and assess them on certain set of criteria to find out whether these products warrant admission to this platform. And in doing this, of course, we have a checklist, but by and large, whether these products warrant admission. And then the scientists go back and review to tell us practically it is A. So we go to the literature and try and find out actually if does that supposed to do what it does. And then we also know that some product developers have gone a step further and done some preclinical studies could be within the lab that just as big or UVRI is doing, but could also be studies that have been done. So we look at all this and try to see if this product needs to advance in clinical trial stages. Next slide. This is the last slide. So we've been able to identify the products to start with. These products are going to be the first set of products that we try through this platform of CONNECT. And we've made some sort of progress there. We've had understanding sign with the product developers, but also keep noting that we've been able to sign with them the non-disclosure agreements. And this is very in terms of we've had approval processes started. I need to note that we are probably around 70% done. In the coming week or two, we should be able to have the approvals in place for us to be able to start this trial. Also to notice, we want to subject these products to high level scientific rigor, and what is key is the dedicated clinical trial. Because these are things we learned from the UP1 trial, but most times for this study, you have a dedicated space where you can be able to monitor these patients and really confirm if these products work and safe. So the pictures there what the clinical trial would be like high end, state of the art equipment and all that. And this is a pilot here. We've had personnel recruited And we anticipate that from there for next month we should have this one. So ladies and gentlemen, that's how far we come, but of course there's still a lot of work to do.
Thank you. We have another presentation from Professor Wang. Are you online?
Jackie, if you're online, you have like 2 minutes.
Jackie, please come on. You have 2 minutes, strictly 2 minutes.
Yes, online. Can I share, please?
Yes. You can start talking as you share. Thank you.
Indeed. We're still sharing.
Apologies to our colleagues who may need the Luganda translation. Dr. Nambatia is going to summarize that for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to present to you about the anti-SARS-CoV in vitro studies on the natural therapeutics. I'm called Dr. Jacqueline Chosmire Lugemwa, and I'm presenting this on behalf of the in vitro team at UVRI. We want to recognize our funders who are Government of Uganda through STIOP and Preside. We thank you so much for this funding that has made a difference in traditional medicine work. The partners that we have are MRC, Stroke UVRI and London School, Busitema University, NCRI. Now we also have Kazire and UCSF as our partners. And among other partners, we recognize CONAT as a key partner. The team is led by Professor Conchano Kalebu as a principal investigator and the rest of us. The project goal is to evaluate the in vitro, antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral capacity of natural therapeutic products in Uganda, and for if products we find effective, we will evaluate the related mechanisms of control. Natural products control viral infections through different mechanisms. One of those is direct antiviral mechanisms. Some control through controlling the inflammatory levels of the immune system, and others through controlling opportunistic infections of bacterial and fungal origin. Thus, natural products need to be evaluated for all these different control measures by assessing the antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, antifungal capacity to control infections. The main objectives of this work are to determine the bacterial and fungal stability of the natural products. That is, if products are sterile is when we go into other studies. We will also determine their capacity to, and their in vitro cytotoxic capacity, that is the capacity not to kill cells, because they can kill the virus by killing cells as well. Then we go on to determine their antiviral capacity, their capacity not to kill the virus selectively, their antibacterial capacity, their antifungal capacity, and then the ones that will be successful, as I had already told you, will go into mechanism identification measures. The products we get are from different things. Some are from insects, others are from plants, the tree bark, roots, leaves, and the innovators know which products they put there. We have several samples under testing. We have, for year one, we got 9 products. 4 of those were from Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute.
5 were from Busitema University. In the second year, which is this 2021-2022, we got 12 products from Busitema University, and this current year, which is 2022-2023, we got one more product from Kaziri. The process that we take these products through is compounds are received, we examine them for fungal and bacterial sterility. Sterility is a major quality control step. If they are sterile, then we take them into culture where they are seeded on viral cells, and we assess the cytotoxicity of the compounds. After assessing the cytotoxicity, we go into antibacterial, antifungal assays. We then go into antiviral assays, and then we identify the selective index. The selective index is the measure of how good an antiviral the product might be. But before that, before the antiviral assay, we have several stages whereby we prepare the cells for the assay. Then we also prepare the virus for the assay. The achievements made so far since 2020 to date, the project has been well established, protocols have been drafted and submitted to REC for approval, and the response has been given. Reagents and equipment were procured, more staff were trained and recruited. Documentation of SOP, quality manuals, and several forms has been done. High containment biosecurity training has been conducted for all staff on the project, and firefighting training. We have achievements in relation to the objectives for bacterial sterility. 21 products that we received in both year 1 and year 2 have all been assessed, and they are all sterile. And that's when we took them to the next stage. Cellular cytotoxicity has been assessed for all the 21. They have different cytotoxic doses and values, and this is the key measure of which products we choose or we select to go into, and especially antiviral assays. But we take all of them, we have propagated the viral cells and isolated them and sequenced them to ensure that we are handling exactly what we are handling, that is SARS-CoV-2 and the variant that we are using. So that is the major quality control stage. And the antibacterial and antifungal assays have been done for all the 21 products to date. Antiviral assays have been done for 6 compounds that were the first compounds to be selected among the 21 that showed good cytotoxicity results. But we will work then on some more other compounds. We are currently titrating the virus by visual cytopathic effect using a microscope that was procured from the project, and it also has a camera. We are continuing to assess the antiviral capacity of more products. We are getting immunostaining assays to work better. We are trying to troubleshoot that assay because it's highly specific for the virus. What we are using now is not very specific, but it's able, and it has been shown in literature to show us good results. We are expecting more samples since the system has been set up, and we can test those in a short time. We want to acknowledge many of our people who support us. MRC, UPRI, Government of Uganda, Natural Therapeutics, Busitema University, UCSF, and CONAT as well. Thank you so much. Yes, do we now have Professor Guang online? So meanwhile, we can have a discussion. Thank you, Jackie, for that elaborate presentation. Professor Malekudembe, please, you have the floor. You have 8 minutes. Timekeeper, 8 minutes or less.
Wow.
1 minute to go.
Yeah, Augustine, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come and share. I want also to thank the organizers and the funders of this kind of function. The topic I was given was to discuss how to demystify. This is a very complicated word. I'm going to put it gently. Tumalamu tutya eddagala ery'ekinnansi okubeera nga teritegeerekeka, kubanga you've had since morning that up to now over 1,000 years of use of the medicine, African medicine. Up to now, conventional doctors barely prescribe. Batono nnyo abasawo, baddagala tono nnyo eriwandiikibwa abasawo, ate nga 80% of the people in Africa, probably even the world, use this. How come we don't use this in a way that we use for convention? So I'm going to marathon. I'll just run. They gave me just 7. to see 80 minutes to discuss demystifying African traditional herbal medicine with modern approach. Probably we have contributed to this mystery. Demystify, to get rid of mystery or obscurity. Eddagala lyaffe likyalina ekizikiza kinene nti abantu bangi tebalitegeera. Ffe tulitegeera abagenda okulikozesa oluusi balitegeera naye bingi ebitamanyiddwa. So what do we do during this period, this era, to make sure we are understood? Kyatandika kitya? How come there's still a lot of mystery? Western medicine became the principle because it came in. So the advent of industrialization made the conventional medicine the principal approach to treating disease. And this made the indigenous health knowledge. Can you imagine indigenous health knowledge practice became a minor concept? Our own knowledge became a minor concept. And to be kind to us, the Western, the originators of the conventional managed to say, don't worry, yours is complementary or alternative. Therefore, the philosophy we had became an alternative to a level of not even being understood now. Yet, knowledge of health and disease existed and was passed on orally. That fact is already known. I'm saying we might have contributed to this, or we do contribute to this mystery or mysteries. This is, I went all over Africa picking examples from different countries, and then I said, probably to understand better, let me go back home to Uganda. This was a picture that was taken somewhere in Uganda in December 2009. You look at the surrounding. Someone wants to treat a fever, but what you find is a lot of mystery surrounding. This is in Kenya. Zanzibar. You have cough, but someone will show you a lot of, ebintu bingi nnyo ebira okugamba oyingira mu kayumba and in the road a leopard skin is next somewhere, so and we want the conventional doctor, by the way they intentionally made me discuss demystify how then can I prescribe when something is enshrined in this kind of cloud. Logs, stones, many things. So, what has been presented since morning indicates that African traditional medicine is not devoid of side effects. Much as it treats, much as it helps, it also has other issues. And we have been advised by the National Drug Authority officer that be careful when you are giving, when you are dosing your patients. You are giving your natural remedy, which works. It is known to lower blood sugar, but you've not done enough science, enough, collaboration. And to what level does it lower? You are going to throw someone into hypoglycemia. These kind of things, lack of that kind of scientific approach makes it difficult. So ATM is not without safety issues. We have to be very careful of that. Expanded, increased African traditional medicine use in a largely uncontrolled manner. Safety issues are of extreme concern. The reason why the government is coming is because of safety. Safety. If your things were not causing problems, you would give until. Unlike where we brought us the conventional, because for me now I'm conventional and traditional, at least now I'm balanced. Thank you for that. Dr. Nambakia has taken me overboard. She has moved with me all over the world to look at how other countries have done. So we are saying this can be done here. So, modern approach. Is it possible? Yes. And this is long overdue. Since morning you've seen that actually Africa traditional medicine is just waiting for you people, the scientists, at whatever level. It is just waiting for, to work on. And many people have already presented the amount of effort that has been put. Already the day like this is a call that can we not sit there, let us come and share information. Can you imagine? 80 minutes and it has all even been reduced to 6. So what I'm saying that efforts are already in place. People have already shared. Probably when there will be time I'll come and share more. Now when they mentioned the STEMA University, efforts, you remember Guru University during the COVID-19, you remember the Mbarara professors or Wang's COVID deaths, you remember, now you can see where Natural Chemotherapeutic Research Institute is at a level where we have this kind of arrangement. This is where you can see the standard compared to what we saw. Yes. You see, from a green environment, if Dr. Grace Nambakia now calls medical doctors to come and say we have this immune booster, it has gone through this system, or Kazile as they are planning for clinical trials, or any other of you herbalists, we are willing to say, okay, yeah, there's something, then we can start. Like Kabuti, I remember Kabuti. The entire country of Uganda was using Kabuti, and we were prescribing. So don't see we hate. Some people say Westerners hate us. No, we don't hate. We just want people to be safe. This is a photo which is intentional. People are not seated. Is there anyone seated there? No. No. The president, the first lady, or the minister of education, the professor who was just presented, the director are all standing to ensure that things are. Yes. Yes. So you see, this slide has what you go through this session here to have a natural code. They have told you only one clinical trial has been, because we went through all that it takes, sleepless nights to have that. And that's what it requires. That's what it requires. We no. At national level, this is the Minister of Health. I'm sure she delegated. She's here standing also. And when it comes to matters of traditional, African traditional medicine, no one is seated, for your information. No one. Yeah, I will go through, but let me end.
Professor, can you please start again? So we need to be on our toes, in other words, for us to achieve the goal of the CCM. On this note, I would like to give 10 minutes for clarifications, questions and answers. The presenters, please be alert. And those who are asking questions, please direct your questions to the right presenter. Dr. Gambata, please translate.
Finally, in summary, bayinza okuba nti olusozi olutegeeza bulungi. You know, I think Dr. Balimbe yakunokolayo kimu kyagambye nti omuntu oyinza omuwa eddagala erikinnansi ate sukaali nakka. Mwawuliddeko abo abaafudde nga bakikiza eddagala sanga sukaali. Okay, ngezaako kutranslatingako mu lulimi Oluganda kuba tetulina new national language. Ebitonotono ebyetaaga okuba nti ab'eddagala babitegeera. Dr. Balikudebeka gwe maasokerako medical doctor naye ng'ayagala nnyo eddagala ly'obutonde n'okulambika. Kaakati nagamba nti osobola okuwa omuntu eddagala nerisa sukaali kati nga bwe bayogeddeko abafudde ebyo byonna. So gavumenti omulamwa si kuvumirira naye kulungamya kubanga tewali ddagala litalina side effects. Dr. Mutaba yatugambye side effects ekitegeeza nti ebambi all the time eyinza okuba good side effects. Nga waliwo eddagala lyoyinza okunywa ate nerikola bulungi naye nga tekigendeera kyali kirala. Dr. Bruce Chilenga, Professor Bruce Chilenga, atuyitidde mu lugendo olw'okuteekawo ekifo ekyokugezesa eddagala lyonna eryekinnansi n'alaga ebitongole nga bwe bikwatagana. Kyuba kulirese ewandegeya National Drug Authority ekwatibwako National Science and Technology kweganga ekifo ekyo kirimu obukugu bw'okwangwiza. Madam Brenda Nakazi eyogedde ku Science, Technology and Innovation yalaze bulungi nnyo nga gavumenti ya Uganda through Office of the President bwetaddewo okuyamba okulaba nti naawe atamanyi kuwandiika kye bayita protocol weyambibwako n'okiwandiika nga kati Mwami Ssenfuka bw'ayambiddwa. Mwami Ssenfuka mubadde mumuwulira nnyo agamba ajjanjaba sukaali eddagala litwalikabeerako ewandiika ne tulaba yes nga lisobola okujjanjaba sukaali naye ng'eba siteepu emu yokka. Bulijjo tule tulina steps endala kati eyo basogera ekolome gye bwogeddeko nga etwaliddemu ebyobutonde obishekinga kwegamba nsaale nnyo okuteekawo ssente okulaba nti kuyambibwa kubanga gamba wandiika twala wano byonna byonna babiramulire naye nga byemutategedde bwe tuli kwebuzibwako. Think emitindo Dr. Mutyaba yalaze bulungi nnyo nti olina okuba n'ekifo okolera eddagala kubanga bw'oba tolina kifo nga tolina address then obeera mufere era yensonga lwaki National Drug Authority egoberera nnyo abalanga ku bizindaalo kuba olwaleero ekimotoka okisanga wano ate ekyalo ekisangawo. Yes, so BPP Science, Dr. Jackie Uganda Virus Research Institute. Natubuulira biki bye bayitamu kwega eddagala ly'oba olirese luli badde omanyi wandike yawo kane kati waliwo environment ey'okumanya ggwanga ate gwe tutawanye na kutawaana n'akulaga effort gye baliko progress kugamba ebyo bibadde bibanja byabo abali wansi wa clinical kifo ekiyitibwa clinical trials for natural products. Nga tuli nti bwe tuli mujja twebuuzaako twongera okusanyukira okulaba nti tusobodde okuzza olunaku luno olukulu ennyo mulaba obukulu bwalwo twogera ku bye tutuseeko wagye tulaga naye nga lukyalubanga lwa minti eddagala ligenda kakasibwa oba liri safe bw'olikozesa bw'olaba ng'owonya obusujja naye babeka be bazise ng'ekibumba kyekikoze eki kyekibazise naye tugamba nti tulekerewo okuvuma obuvumi dokita abagambye nti abasawo b'ekizungu tubavumanyo by the way naye omusawo tatendekebwanga kuba muntu kintu kyatategeera mubasaasire batendekebwa so kati kino ekiriwo kijja kutuleetera okuba nti ffenna tuwuliziganya ate bwetwogera ku bascientists tusokerako oyo yennyini omusawo ow'ekinansi fenna tuli bascientists mu ngeri emu oba endala netulwebaza nnyo gavumenti mu kutuufu mu ngeri ey'enjawulo saba tukubire mu ngalo omukulembeze w'eggwanga kubanga ne Uganda became number one, you know, kwegamba abantu tebamutegeera naye ffe abatudde muno tumutegeere ate n'abalala tubagambe ate buli lw'olimba ekyekirimbo kitakomawo gy'oli. So gavumenti ya Uganda esapootinze nnyo twebaziza nnyo Dr. Musenera wa Monica mumanyi bulungi ne abantu abatamutegeera but I think now it's history bamutegeera tumutegeere ajja tutwala mu maaso ne minisita waffe w'ebyobulamu netumwebaza okulata etteeka ly'ekinnansi lyayita netwebaza entegeka ennungi tulina commissiona akwata ku bya natural medicines nga tulina omukyala Dr. Neville Oteba eyakava mu ntebe eyo waliwo omulala mujja kumulaba taliwo olwa Ebola naye nga system weeri ate tugibanje twebaza Katonda tuwa obudde obulungi byonna byonna I think ebyo bituleeta ffenna tuli online kwebale nnyo okumpuliriza.
Yes, time for discussion. I request that Dr. Kubake speak the screen participation.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity. Ali, I request you to take the microphone quickly. There's a lady near you. We take in this column, then we have this column, then the other one. Just quickly. And the presenters, please take note.
Thank you very much, Nakayenga Regina from Rena Beverage Solutions. We do hibiscus products and you have gone to the level of making the tea bags. We also do biriguma, okra and rosemary. My question here is, how do we document these plants which we are using and they are very beneficial, and then what is the next step to take us through to get to the medicine part? For us, we are doing it as a beverage, but it still remains very important as everyone is taking it not as a medicine. It is very important to the health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Presenters, kindly, those asking questions, go straight to the point and summarize quickly. That is one. Anybody here? There is another person there. Please, you ask in any language of your choice.
Thank you very much,
yes.
moderator. My question goes to the people who are dealing with clinical trials. I'm Rebecca Nalaga from College of Veterinary Medicine, Makerere University. And I do a lot of research in animal-related natural products. And as Dr. Mtiaba encouraged us to continue working in the vet sector and improve the natural products there, I'm wondering whether the people who are dealing with clinical trials have also put there a section to help the animal sector, because there is a time when I wanted to do some in vitro studies for Newcastle, and then I was told that UBRI does not handle non-human viruses. So have you put there the animal sector, or do you have a plan to also cater for us? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rebecca. Any other person here? Okay, very good. Let's move to the middle column. Starting from, okay, start from behind there, coming forward.
Zanyo, nzikiriza kwa Oluganda. Manya nze Julius Mwanje okuva mu Sirocom International Uganda Limited Namungona. Ekibuuzo kyange kiri nti abakulu mwenna balamusizza nti gavumenti erina nteekateeka ki okutuyambako okulaba nga abafulumya eddagala ly'obutonde, okulaba nga tufuna ebyuma okutuyambako mu mbeera ya ssente, ebyuma ebisengejja eddagala, ebikuba eddagala ly'obuwunga. So ebyuma ebyo zonna binoonyerezaako ku Google nga ndaba bya ssente nnyingi tetusobola bimanaginga, naye ng'ate singa tuba tubirina ekyamazima tusobola okufulumya eddagala eddungi ate okusinga ku byetufulumya kaakano. So ekibuuzo kyange kyekyo.
Thank you very much. Any other person here? Yes, bring here. Okay, one more there, then you, my brother.
Mathias Nakede from Promitra, Uganda. So there is someone who talked about pathogen, that we have almost 200 pathogens that are causing different diseases or bacterial infection, ABCD. And we have many medicinal plants like Prunus africana, Ubaga, ABCD. Is there any arrangement the government has so that people can conserve most of the traditional, most of those plants around? Because people are cutting down trees and not replanting, and yet the population of Uganda, we are many. How are we going to maintain that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. Bring the microphone right in front here.
Thank you very much. I'm called Chinagwedi Saudi. That's what you know. This is the Musada Musoma. Ichigambo Chilegazaku, Bukuza. Government in the National Drug Authority. Mutuyambye mutya kuva sajja abambala amasuuka abatunda eddagala okusala ensalo mu Tanzania. Nze nalidde Tanzania naye bw'obeera n'eddagala tosobola kutuula nga tolina abantu abo mulina mwabawo wakapamiti era eddagala lye bagaba mwalikebera nga ddala liwonya bantu oba lireeta bulwadde kuba ndaba balitambuliriza mu budomola. Amazzi ge bafumba mu ddagala eryo gaba mafumbe, ge batunda mu ddagala eryo gaba mafumbe, oba amazzi basena mu bidiiba mu myala ne bateekamu eddagala ne batunda. Kyekibuuzo kyange.
Thank you very much. You see, these are the questions that make the 20th African traditional medicine beautiful. Yes, Ndogo.
Neyanza nnyo Seweya Kiwanuka kuva muri Uganda eddagala n'obuwangwa bwaffe mu ofiisi y'amamatulina. Nze nno njagala kubuuza kibuuzo nti NBA Dr. Nambatya oba oli awo n'ebidomola ebirala nga bwe tuli wano nti omusawo waffe w'ekinnansi ali eyo wansi ekanabulema ng'akola eddagala lino ery'ekinnansi ate era ng'alijjanjabisa abantu era libavumula mu mbeera gy'ekyalaba nti libavumula agenda kuyambibwa atya okuba nti atuuka ku mutindo nga kati bwendabye Dr. bali ku ddembe bwasobodde okujja napresentinga awo n'ayogerera ekintu oba omuntu walagerera eddagala lye obulungi eggwanga lino lisobola okutegeera nti eddagala lyaffe eryekinnansi ng'omusawo omuzungu nti ayinza okubeera gyavudde n'ayogerera nti panado ajjanjaba bwati ne bwati ne bwati nti owa wansi eri wansi n'ayogera eddagala lya afrika yonna obakalekaŋambe nga nze uganda mwendi mwonna omuntu ali ekabonabulemu n'amanya nti eddagala ffe eryekinnansi likoze kuki ku mutindo n'okumanyibwa eggwanga lyonna ndowooza kyetugezaako okulwanyisa nti eddagala ffe eryekinnansi libeere nga liri ku top ng'eddagala ezzungu. Ekirala ekyo kiri kusoma. Abasawo baffe ab'ekinnansi beetaaga okusoma kubanga era teeka bwekola ki bweryamala kusayinga ate era ekyo kirungi nnyo ffena twakyaniriza. Omuntu wa wansi era ali bubi nnyo kubanga tagenda kufuna access ejja kugenda mu masomero ago kusoma. Kyetaaga okuyambibwa okulaba nti tubakuŋŋanyiza eyo wansi gye bali. Kati omusajja wange ono ava iri mayuge waliwo ali eyo wansi eyo butala ejjawa naye nga tamanyira kumanya nti abasawo ekinnansi bagenda kudda mu masomero. Ebintu ebyo tukyabuzibwabuzibwa abantu baffe bayambiddwa batyo. Etteeka lyonna liteekamu mukola ki.
Thank you very much, Ndungu. Now, 2 more questions from this side. 2 more. So many questions, but please put it in writing. Just write it down. Just write it down. Let's have 2 people from here. Time is not on our side. That lady there, and then, in fact, the other lady in white was the very first person to put up the hand. Yes.
Thank you very much. I will not also stand up because the men have not been standing up. And Josephine Kasolo, professor in Makerere University College of Health Sciences. Fortunately, I did my PhD on medicinal plants. And and in fact, I have a lot of information on them, but most times I don't actually come out very clearly because I'm not sometimes invited in such fora. But there are things which I would like to give information on, like standardization of herbal products. It is not very difficult to standardize herbal products, and the methods are already there. But because we don't want to look for them, so we don't. Because I can know that if I had a cup of this plant, or maybe leaves or whatever, I can get out, when I extract, I can get out maybe let's say about 100 grams. So every time I have that amount, I know this is what I have. So that is number 1.
Thank you, Professor.
Then second, yes. Wait.
Yes.
I'm a professor. Now, secondly, the studies which have been done, the presentation they have done, they have left out one very important step. That doing in vitro alone is not enough. Because plants have got a number of phytochemicals inside there, and these are secondary metabolites. Once you put it in the mouth and it goes into the stomach and through the GIT, you find that they all change. And that's why you find it's very difficult to work on what does the body do to the drug, which is pharmacokinetics. Okay? So which means that once they leave that one out, they're not seeing exactly what this drug is going to do. And I tell you, you will quote me, the studies they are going to do on what they have done, many of them are going to fail. They're not failing because they are not effective, but the effective part of that drug has not been reached. It is still hanging. These things are not done in vitro. They have, after in vitro, they have to go inside the body and do in vivo. So once they do that, then that is another thing. And then secondly, because they're getting products which are already done. Okay? So sometimes it may not be that they're using only one plant. They may be using a number of plants. So when you put it in vivo, it helps out, okay? That whatever you have combined, it will work together as a single drug, which will have come out of this. And then another thing they haven't also done is to look at what is a safe dose okay, for that medicine. What is that dose? That gives no side effect or any adverse effect. And that is what is used to say that, look here, I can leave all those doses below because they are all safe, okay? And not above that, which is not safe. I'm looking at science, I don't know how things are done. And then lastly is the medical doctors, not willing to prescribe some of these. Because some of them, they find that there are also some conventional medicine which have been mixed with it. That can be a problem. And secondly, in their training, we have not introduced them to herbal medicines. So they look at it as something which is abstract. They don't even know what it actually does. So one thing we have to do is maybe to introduce traditional medicine in health science training so that people get to know that these things work. I'll give an example of my product. This product, I've worked on it for 8 years. And most of the people who are in the College of Health Sciences have heard about it. Because I did it, I have been publishing what I have been doing. Now, when we had our circle, MS circle, okay? I told them what it is. They said, oh, we have been waiting for it. What am I going to say? Now they have started prescribing it because they know where it is coming from and how it has been done. So now you people, we have to make sure that these doctors get to know. So long as we keep them in ignorance of what the drugs are all about, we are in trouble. I submit.
Thank you. Professors are always very good at summary, isn't it? Give a big hand clap. Thank you very much, Professor, and we look forward to interacting with you more during the lunch break. We'll learn more about your products. Thank you. Please kindly bring the microphone to this gentleman. So much to say, but please, time is not our best ally right now. Put all what you have in writing. Give Papa here 1 minute.
bakadde bange mbalamusiza nnyo ate mwebaza okutumbula eddagala lyaffe n'okusomesa abantu. Naye ekibuuzo kyange kibuuzibwa banze pulezidenti w'ekibiina nti ebibiina biri wano bingi era ebitwala abantu baffe abakwata mu ddagala. Naye tunaakola tutya okufuna nga ffe ka saaviisi akagenda tuyambako wansi okusomesa abantu baffe, kubanga tuli ba pulezidenti b'ebibiina ate tulina abantu bangi. Tulina okuba nga tutambula wansi gye tuba tugenze, kubanga ewala twagala nnyo tutuuke wansi nnyo wansi ku ground abantu gye bali. Naye tulina okubeera nga tuyambagana, tufuneyo ak'omunsawo akatono akatuyamba okugula amafuta tusobole okutuuka ewansi tusomesa abantu.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair, and we wrap up this session.
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Namaka, please say what you want to say and answer the questions so we have the answer.
Yes, I want to say something before we leave for lunch, because sometimes people got to do some. This is just in reference to Dr. Josephine's submission. I just want to say that the presentations done under the science, in vitro, wherever, they were so rushed. And CONAT is detailed. It's going to have, it has mapped out all stakeholders in a sense that even pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics will be done. PKA studies are going to be done. Everything is going to be done. But the one day and the details of the presentation will not do justice. But trust the Ugandan system, they've set up a real good system. And I just wanted to pick out a pertinent issue which we should not go without really getting out clear. This is in line with Dr. Josephine's comment regarding what she feels has been left out. All the people who have presented the science, especially under preside, I'm telling you, they would need maybe some more time to really do justice. It was so summarized, but CONAT is having it all. Talk of pharmacodynamics, pharmacokinetics, everything is going to be there. And they've recruited different scientists, that was brought out clearly. But I support that curriculum in medical schools should pick up again training people in indigenous medicines. It used to be there as community corps. I think finances were not adequate, but that one is greatly supported. But doctor, that is really done. Probably what I would have wanted to hear regarding your products, I would have wanted to hear National Chemo Therapeutics acknowledged because we were part of that story. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Namaka. Before we sit down, Dr. Namaka. Yes, we have a question to answer, but how do we document what the team is doing from the first question?
Yeah, okay, that question, how do we document? I think you meant document your formulations, because what you're using has already been researched. Hibiscus, rosemary, most of those are not indigenous here. But I believe you have a way you are putting them together. And I know, Rena, you've registered your products. I believe you've gone through your recipe where they help you to document. I think people should go to URSP. URSP will have a presentation this afternoon telling us how you document and how you even find out that you are an innovator. That's what I can do.
Secondly, how do you get from a beverage to a medicine?
Yes, how do you get from a beverage to a medicine? If I may call some of the beverages food, you know, food, to me, there are certain levels of ingredients that make it qualify as a food. But the moment you concentrate certain ingredients and, you know, you turn to medicine, and the NDA is there to get in there. I know there is still a challenge of getting to know what should UNBS do and what should NDA do. So, an onion, if you concentrate it and, you know, it may stop to be a food and then it becomes a medicine.
And the next question which you can answer is about research on animals.
Yes, research on animals. There is COFAB. COFAB is a center of excellence, has been worked on to be in that ecosystem. When we talk of CONAT, I think we shall share the document that has created CONAT. I'll request Dr. Bruce to see that it's shared out to the concerned parties so that you see even where you fall. They've put for us centers of excellence. You don't have to have an equipment as an institute. You just need to know where it is. Like now for me, for us, we send samples to Uganda Virus Research Institute. I can map out to cover because maybe my lab is not accredited to do animal studies. All that has been put in place, and that's why we clap again for Dr. Msenero Monica.
Thank you. Then the question from Julius Mwange, what is government doing to support the manufacturers?
Okay, in the submission of Madame Nakazwe, the pavilion economy, the science and technology component takes care of even packaging. What you have to do is write your request and submit it to science, technology and innovation. If you don't know where they are, you can come to Nacho Chemo, we can always deliver your document there. And they will really handle, I assure you.
And then the last one is from Papa here.
Yep.
What plans do you have to train the spiritualists down in the community?
Okay, when we talk about traditional medicine and the definition that encompasses those who do herbal, who do things you don't understand and understand, there is big stakeholdership. There is Ministry of Culture. So what we have to do is to engage them, and I'm sure they have a mandate under there. We would have wanted to have Honorable, there is a Minister of State, Honorable Chala. Yeah, so help us to, even you yourselves, reach out to those people, because health handles the docket together with ADA, and that's it. But the law we are talking about is for both the herbalists and the spiritualists. All of the council is to better for all. That's why there is a mix here. But when it comes to technicalities, people are assigned what they can do best. So we have actually, this Mutuzo is the one I was talking about. They are there with Muslim because they've developed some regulations. They've taken us away from the Witchcraft Act. There is the issue of looking at sacrificing children and all that. We cannot handle it all here. Banyabo never sebo. But to about traditional medicine. Definition in the new, mulimu n'abalibembere and everything. So, mulimu abakwatibwa abatali wano. Era bwe tutunuulira eyo document 2014 to 2023, mulimu finance, public service, Ministry of Education, they are all here. We only try to gezaako kuyita abarepresenting abalala abali wano muri special yatudde wano aliko abantu 10 emabega nolwekyo bweddayo totuula butuuzi.
Then there's the issue of conservation, how are the Amalis being supported to conservation in spite of the 200 passages?
Yes, conservation, there is advocacy for propagation. Naye tulina okwekwanya n'abalala nga aba forestry, tetulina okufuba okulaba nti etteeka lyaffe liteekebwa mu nkola. We need to endeavour from this meeting, we shall implore our government to actualize the act, because the act pairs for availability of medicinal plants. So olwo olubimbi lulisaidi yaffe naye ate bwe mujja mu trainings kati ngezi yewandegeya musoma okuyiga okusimba emiti bwe tuyita omuntu nga Hillary stand up again. Hillary caters for indigenous plants. Emiti ginansangwa ate atutunda sente ntono nnyo atambudde all the way from so mumuwechi, we talk about greening Uganda like Rotary. I'm a Rotarian. We talk about greening Uganda, greening, and people plant eucalyptus. It matters what you're greening Uganda with. For example, that way, and by the way, we are all government. Yes. Can you read this? Etagala, you know, mulitaddemu oluzungu lungi. Omuntu wa wansi akoze atya okukwatagana ne government. Kubanga bakola eddagala abasinga tebasoma banategeera. Okay, kyangu okutandikira ku lulimi olujja okutegeerebwa abagenzeeko omusomero. Kaakati abo banategeera ate bajja kuyiiya, tulina okubako okitandikira. We have to start from somewhere, and that's why naona awandise kino yatwala omwana we musomero for some reason. So tulina okubako okitandikira. Otherwise bwe tunaalwawo ffenna tumale okuyiga oluzungu ebibira bijja kuba biweddewo tunazo.
Thank you very much for this. I think the questions are all very, very important and good. I would like to request that we ask the people who are making the report to make it part of the report and the answers we have been provided. But before I pass over the microphone, I would like NTA, Dr. Mutlawa, to answer the question on the Kenyans and Tanzanians who put on the super.
Dr. David, can I finish this one which has just come in? Dr. Lambata mentioned something about the damage of putting up tools and also being ready to fund those that are willing to use them. What are the steps that one can go through to be able to get that funding and also to know about those tools? This is a very, very good question, because when you say abasawo bafe ab'ekizungu tebamanyi, there is a tool which WHO did okusobozesa to make the basawo bazungu no and vice versa. So how do we reach these tools? We have a country office here in Uganda for WHO, and the person who is so passionate, who's been with us over the years, who is responsible is Dr. Moga Joseph. I can give you the number after lunch. He's very friendly. They are here in Kampala. The office has an open door. You go in there. Dr. Moga, even if you talk any language, he will understand, and you can table your case and you get funding. But of course, STI will help you to know how to get that funding.
I think you can also talk about the strategies, because you have a lot of information on the strategic plan which can answer most of the questions that are there.
There is this one, the bank bills for labs are too high for each item. The bank bills for labs are too high for each item. If you mean labs, what I know in Uganda, labs, whether checking blood or checking materials, they use standards, they use chemicals, which are very expensive, and since we are landlocked, it even makes it more expensive. That one, I don't have an answer for it. But when you are funded, you are given money for the chemicals.
So, Dr. Mutiawa? Dr. Mutiawa will answer about National Drug Authority, and I will ask Adiluta Coleman to talk about training. How are we taking training down the grassroots?
Thank you very much. And also the question about actually NDA does not encourage hawkers. If you see, I can stand next to this poster. This poster, we are trying to ensure that people don't get vetted from hawkers. But also, the NDA board had an interaction with the external partners on these people who are hawking to see how they can discourage them from crossing the border. But in addition to that, NDA has started arresting these people. But when we arrest these people, they claim they can't speak the indigenous languages. They claim they cannot speak the indigenous languages. NDA tandise okulaba engeri okukwata kubana abantu abatembera eddagala naddala bamasaya naye bwe tubakwata bagamba nti boogera nnimi z'ekinnansi ezivudde wano naye bw'omutwala mu poliisi n'agonda naddala okwogera ennimi ezawano ate so the people, some come from out, but rightly now some are members, are Ugandans actually, who dress like that. We are carrying out enforcement and you have arrested some of them. So what I want to encourage, my appeal goes to the herbalists. First, herbalists, please don't encourage hawking of medicines. Don't encourage hawking of medicine. Then secondly, I appeal to Ugandans not to buy medicine from hawkers. Dr. Nenke, I think those are the questions from NDA. I request I hand over to Haji to supplement.
Thank you so much, Michael, for answering questions. As far as trainings are concerned, the curriculum for all levels are out, and as far as the Director of Industrial Training is concerned, everyone can establish an institute provided you go through the procedures. You can get people with skills who can train, then they can come and assess. So for that matter, I want to encourage associations also to open up different centers. You can consult us, we can identify different people with skills who can train others. The Director of Industrial Training will be able to come and assist your people. They will be awarded different levels as far as their studies are concerned. But I want to thank Dr. Grace Nambatya, who pioneered this arrangement. I think we can clap for her. And so far, we are having the 4th class moving on. If you are interested, you can also register. You can even register at my office. I always refer you to different institutions where you can get training. I think that one is sorted, but we have a system. We want to encourage each district at least to have a training session for each and every practitioners of that area. Thank you so much for listening to me.
I just want to thank the presenters very much, our online presenters. Please a round of applause for them. Let's clap for our presenters who are here. Let's clap for ourselves for listening attentively. And I'm going to hand over the mic to the organizers.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Neville. Let's give the session chair big hand clap. Wonderful moderating, and we are very grateful. Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still continuing. This is the 20th African Traditional Medicine Day celebration in Uganda, and we are proud to be here at Hotel Africana. And we have been waiting for long. It is almost lunch break,
but we would like to be ushered into lunch in a special way, and after that we are coming back with more sharing, more presentations, more fun, and more celebrations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have another dance session as we move out for our lunch. Where are we having lunch? At the poolside. So when you move out from here, you go at the poolside. There is lunch there, and I hope you have got the lunch coupon. So I take you to the dance group. The dance group, they are going to perform, and then you see this is a special celebration, really, really special. Thank you.
Be
They want everyone. Thank you for introducing me to Comatino. Facilities that we need. Yeah, they should help. Hopefully they've really gotten some funding set up they tell us they want 5-year experience, a company to tell us 5 years, and we are just so what's your production chain? You want the production itself, or you want a particular house, or you want to do a chain? A chain is very product. Like want to do different production. Like it also depends on the supplier. Yeah, but then can't you like for some of us ingredients can use magazine. But anyway, I know. I am sure they are coming. You know, like the princess was coming. Yeah, I'm thinking. Because I was at Emirates. And of course, she was visiting.
Yes, she was supposed to go there. So what it does is it because they are doing
Actually, what you were supposed to do, but then we wanted to, first set up because it was the very first thing. So we're setting up from scratch. So set up something, have them running. Which one? They do. Yeah. They do.
Era nga bafuta olusiya.
Yeah? NCRI. NCRI is always good at that and program.
Okay, first.
You're talking about NCRI.
NCRI, okay.
NCRI. Yeah, I mean NCRI does. They always No,
because they're two different. They're
yeah. They don't have.
Biochemical is NCRI, biomarkers and the rest. Africa.
When you quantify the phytochemical, because in a particular sample, let's say what?
They don't really quantify they look at what phytochemicals are present.
Yes, what phytochemicals are present. But it's not
Yes.
No, what phytochemicals are present.
The girl does the quantification.
Oh yeah, they do the quantification. Yeah, they do the quantification. The quantification of phytochemicals is then. So how do you quantify it? How do you quantify it? Because the mass
quantify is supposed to have like a biomarker. Like a biomarker like I said.
You have control and
yes.
But there are
same way we are dealing with the UV what they use
anti-falls, like, okay, the thing is, I get a sample X, I don't know what is there, yeah, so I run, of course I know, maybe I'll use so at the end of the day,
the phytochemicals normally chemical tests that are done.
Oh, like
yes,
like chemically, then you like
they analyze, then they look at the quantification, look at the quantity that they give you class and show kind of alkaloids that are there.
Nah, they do the alkaloids present, they do.
Now that's bigger goes for the high end. Now, for example, is the line long or short? Where we go?
Has it
okay. Ziti was calling us for the article presentation. So the good persistence.
Thank you for coming for responding.
So you would say?
No. Take an example. I'll give you an example of now the products has one capacity in addition to all the others. Can do phytochemical seeds present, but not the quantity that is here. You need now to fit a difference that biomarker capacity.
So he does it.
Now bigger, the customer must take a
Yes.
Because you run.
Yes, Giga does that.
This guy is phytochemical analysis.
What are they? I know they do.
Yes, you see your kind of serum. That kind of I remember this market. Now, when you told me Tarsus, I was thinking of Tarsus, the head of the campaign collaborator. No, like, but it's good work.
I'm sorry, I squeezed it.
No, it is okay. The message is going out.
It came at the time when I was almost finished. I realized the thing was good. So it was a rich one. It's a fair picnic to pray. Yeah. And we can present
Oh, okay.
You got a coupon?
If I picked for you one, I had to get one for myself. I think that's very. I need to run.
So should I leave my laptop here?
I think so. If someone is staying behind. Because maybe not even mine is behind. As long as someone is staying behind. Are you sure there's someone staying behind? There is someone, but you're not sure who.
Give it to Irene if she's eating from there.
You see, the challenge is because there's a time when I was here with the WHO guys, the person who went out with her bag ended up losing things. Well, for us who stayed here,
Some in mineral water bottles.
but actually, we can pass.
Some never had to fill the package. Some never had to fill the package.
Wajjudde nakyongerako limulimu era naye exhibition tulaba naali banajjira wano kale emeeza enyirinyiri
Has
tewali wala tewali kuzulipanga member government but wali abantu abalwadde bawutuno waffe bonna tenyakula
It's like you sorry, I've been seeing the other part. I saw it.
Ladies and gentlemen, those who are still within the corridor, we kindly request you to walk in. If you are still within the corridor outside there, please kindly walk in so that we can resume the afternoon session. Thank you. Please kindly walk in quickly. Thank you, members, for coming back. We are going to resume in the next 5 minutes. For now, you can interact with your friend, your neighbor. 5 minutes, we should be able to start.
Ndi wano mu
Ndi wano munda wano nga wotuula obadde some people bought pictures at the afternoon session, people wanted to do the main
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your lunch. I still see members in the corridor. Please come in. We are resuming officially. It is going to be a special afternoon with many other presentations, lots of sharing, and I would like to take this opportunity to invite the afternoon moderator. The afternoon moderator is a gentleman who has done a lot of studies on as far as traditional medicine is concerned, especially the herbal medicines. He has traversed the country and the region and the world and doing lots of research on as far as herbal medicines are concerned. And he has made lots of publications on as far as herbal medicine is concerned in Uganda and the region. He is a lecturer at Makerere University. He is none other than Dr. Godwin Anywa. Let's give you a big hand clap. Dr. Godwin, thank you very much for accepting our invitation to come and be the moderator for this session. And without wasting much time, I hand over the chair to you.
Okay, thank you very much for that kind introduction, Dr. Komakech. We are, ladies and gentlemen, already time constrained. So perhaps before we go into the next session, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me. I don't take it for granted. It could have been anyone else in my shoes. So we are going to be very strict on time. We are going to try and salvage time. So I will request the presenters to be very keen on the time and stick to the 10 minutes. No more. We'll be happy if you can present in less than 10 minutes. Then also try and keep the questions as brief as possible. We are going to take a few questions and the rest shall be perhaps written down and given to the presenters. You could also take an opportunity to discuss with them if there is a break. I don't know if there will be a tea break. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Ogwal Francis. Okay, I'm advised that Mr. Ogwal Francis is not with us. So allow me to invite Dr. Okello Dennis to take to the floor and share with us on the new technologies for the conservation of medicinal plants. Dr. Okello Dennis, you're most welcome. as we wait for Dr. Okello Dennis, I just want to confirm if Dr. Omidal Francis is here. Yes, I can see him. Mr. Lutankome Jamil Had is around. I'm advised that Professor Catherine Abo is also online. Then we have a representative from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Okay, we are all in the house. I also hope all our presentations are preloaded. That will help us to save time. So for the subsequent presenters, please make sure that the secretariat, the organizers, have their presentations ready so that we can save time. When I had just finished university, my first boss was called Okello Dennis. And he was a very tough man. So, Dr. Okello Dennis, I pray that you will not be very tough and you will finish within less than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, the moderator, for this session. I will indeed try my best to make the presentation within the scheduled time frame. My name, as already the moderator says, I am Dennis Okello. I hold a PhD in Korean Convergence Medicine. I did my PhD from the University of Science and Technology, that is in South Korea, Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. I'm very privileged to share with you a very critical issue as far as medicinal plants are concerned. Right from the representative of the Minister of Health, we had a lot of emphasis on the conservation, and conservation. So I'm very privileged to share on that topic. I cannot really skip this without first giving a vote of appreciation to the team that is behind us sitting here today, headed by Dr. Grace Nambacha. A round of applause to I am in the Department of Biological Sciences, Kabale University. So I bring for you greetings from the Switzerland of Uganda. So this is an outline that we are going to run through. But jumping straight into the content for the afternoon. Aware that a number of us, according to WHO, over 80% of people living in countries that are developing rely on traditional or medicinal plants for their primary health care. It is also very clear and eminent that a number of countries, including even the developed countries, are growing and on a daily basis promoting the use of medicinal plants. It is quite interesting that even in developed countries, 1 out of every 4 prescribed drugs is actually herbal medicine that is obtained from medicinal plants. So it is a very great moment for us to share this. Now, aware that a number of us do use this. For example, when we look at this figure, this is a plant that we know as Aspelia africana. Now, this one plant is used for the treatment of a number of diseases. What does that tell us? It gives us an indication that the plant is heavily utilized for diverse range of diseases. So that means that when we don't take precautions, eventually with time already, as the presenters earlier indicated, these plants eventually will become extinct. Now it is our responsibility to make sure that we hand these plants over to our next generation or the people that will come after us. So that is a responsibility that each and every one of us who is in the house here has. Just like our predecessors handed over to us, we must do service and as well hand over this to the next generation. Now, when we look at conservation of medicinal plants, holistically, there are four major aspects that we need to focus on. One, we need to look at how we get to protect and preserve these medicinal plants and their habitats. Secondly, we must ensure that we manage these medicinal plants and their habitats sustainably. This includes utilization. Then thirdly, a number of medicinal plants are already endangered, including Prunus and Wabugia ugandensis. Then what do? We need to plan a rewilding strategy. We multiply these plants and then we send them back to the wild. Then fourthly, how do we ensure that plants that are no longer existing are brought back to life? That is what we term as de-extinction. But then we need strategy to ensure that this happens, as we are going to look at in subsequent presentations or subsequent slides. Now, one of the strategies that is very, very important and one that has been used in other countries like Greece is micropropagation. Now, what is this and what does it entail? In micropropagation, we use this technique to multiply plants within a very, very short period of time. So we use a combination of plant growth regulators and nutrients and raise plants under aseptic conditions. So this strategy, if picked up, then we would ensure that we would have quality supply to the pharmaceutical industries, aside from ensuring that we do have these plans for subsequent generations after us. So this is one of the protocol that we developed. I led this research work for Makai. I think that is the Luganda name of the plant. It's referred to as Aspelia africana, or the wild sunflower. As well, this was led by Dr. Kumaket Richard, who is with us for Prunus africana. So these were protocols that were developed to ensure that we do not only have a mass of these plants, but we also protect them for generations that come after us. Now, micropropagation, there are two aspects or two directions that we take. We can carry out what we term as organogenesis or somatic embryogenesis. Now, with organogenesis, maybe the details time will not allow, but the key thing there is micropropagation, where we raise plants under in sterile environments and you produce multiple plants within a very short time. That means from this, any part of the plant can be used to multiply the plant, including the roots, the stems, the leaves, any part of the plant. With this technology, can be used to ensure that we have a number of these plants. So this is also one of the publications that we did on micropropagation of still Aspelia africana. The first was the direct approach. Now this is the indirect approach through somatic embryogenesis. Similar illustrations for research that has been done and multiplication of plants using the same technique in other parts of the world. Now, another important aspect is cryopreservation. We talked of de-extinction. How do we bring back plants that have already become extinct? We must have already long planned for that. So what happens is this technique or this technology involves preserving explants like the seeds or the nuts or the shoots in liquid nitrogen at a temperature close to 200 degrees below zero. So this ensures that the seeds are kept there for even hundreds and hundreds of years. Even generations that come after maybe 200 years are still able to regenerate plants when this technology is applied. Now, an interesting one is bioreactor technology. Now, medicinal plants naturally have low content of secondary metabolites. Now, what happens is we have to harvest a lot of these plants to ensure that we obtain therapeutics from them. Now, this technology ensures that you increase the secondary metabolite content. Now, this has been widely used, especially in developed countries, like Dr. Grace talked of ginseng. This is widely used in Korea, where the secondary metabolite content of this plant is greatly increased by treating it with elicitines to ensure that the secondary metabolite contents are very high. So they don't jump into the wild to go look for the plants, no. They literally bring them to the lab, then with technology increase the concentration of the important therapeutics. So to summarize, another technology that we can get to apply is greenhouse technology or smart farming or hydroponics. Many times we are here because of this plant, but we take little efforts in ensuring that these plants are cultivated. So I think as we close this session, maybe we go back and make reflections. This has become a business. Then just like any other businesses, why don't we invest in culturing these plants? So this would really be very crucial. So thank you very much. As I conclude, we need to appreciate these in vitro technologies in ensuring that these plants are not only utilized by us, but also pushed over to subsequent generations that come after us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Komakech. Please give him another round of applause. Sorry, Dr. Okello Dennis. And another round of applause for keeping time. You have done well. Thank you very much. I knew you would not disappoint. So allow me to ask Dr. Nambacha to make some housekeeping announcements.
Dear members, allow me to introduce our guest, special guest, the chair of the National Drug Authority Board, Dr. Vitekerezo Melas. As board members, we call him our chair. I know he's going to be with us and we'll be closing the symposium, but allow me to let him just greet us so that you get to know him in the house.
Because I've just come late, I don't want to start talking about your protocols and I end up offending some individuals. But I will say the people whom I know inside here, Dr. Grace Nambacha and this man Komakech whose English was very amazing. And the certificate was very difficult. Thank you so much. People for organizing this wonderful symposium. I am a doctor by training, I'm a physician. For some of you have been saying me, there's nothing I've not done. I was teaching internal medicine in the University of Barara. And before teaching, I was teaching mathematics and biology in the senior 4 in 1991. Now, I became a doctor for human beings just because I was inspired by my grandmother was traditional birth attendant.
We can't hear you.
I saw her removing attendant placenta from very many women.
Excuse.
Yes.
Can you use the microphone? We are not hearing you well.
That's what I'm using exactly. Okay. So I was saying that my mother was a traditional birth attendant. My mom and my grandmother was a traditional birth attendant. My mother was a herbalist. Yes. My aunt is a nurse. She started from Lago. My brother whom I follow is a doctor for human beings. Me, I am a doctor for human beings. My wife is a doctor for human beings. I'm suspicious my son will become a doctor for human beings. But what I can tell you is, but I still use some herbs because some of our traditional medicines we are using from Europe and India are not working with some of the things we are having. So I want to commend you and thank you and let you know that even those ones with PhDs are using herbs. Somebody told people a lie that Mukamanayama, there is a man, the producer of Mukamanayama. And he said when you take Mukamanayama that you will become very happy at home. I can tell you many have consumed Mukamanayama. I don't know whether these guys have become happy psychologically because the last time Chega to be killed recovered by Amin, he didn't actually die of a bullet. He died of fear. He believed that he was going to be killed and he died. Because the last gun that was meant to kill him, he never had a bullet. When they just come out, the guy died. So I think that Machika are cowards. So, it shows you that people have problems and herbs. The other drugs have failed to work. They have won his ones. Do not talk too much. I can tell you, thank you so much, Dr. Grace, for organizing this. I was having a board operation at Imperial Yao, and I was having some other meetings, but I have cut them short. I wanted to identify myself with these collaborators of my late grandmother and late mother, from which I got an inspiration to become one of the first doctors in my village. To get 4 distinctions in primary school without going to nursery. I got them. People fail in Kampala and I got them from my village. In Yashali, in Yasheni, in the mountains of Kigesu, and I never had the shoes. I told even the pant, by the way, because I put on a pant for the first time in the senior one in my school in 1984. Now I'm telling you this. So guys, I am with you all the way. I will talk much during my closing, but may God reward you, and may He keep you alive, and may He take away those fellas who steal your parties. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Terezo. We are comforted that you are with us, you are one of us. And I encourage you to keep note of your questions. You'll have an opportunity to ask at the end of the presentation. So the next presenter is going to be online, Professor Patrick Ogwang, whom we missed earlier on. So I hope he is with us. Correction. Yeah, I'm advised that it is Mr. Ogwal Francis from NEMA who is going to make the next presentation on the role of the Convention of Biological Diversity in the conservation of medicinal plants. So, Mr. Ogwal, I hope you are with us. I hope you can hear my voice loud and clear. You will have exactly 10 minutes to make your presentation. and I'm going to be very strict on time. I think I've So we're having some glitches, some technological glitches, but another change, Professor Hoppers from Gulu University will be presenting on the role of indigenous knowledge and culture in traditional medicine research and development. Professor Hoppers, you are most welcome. We are happy to have you on board. You will have no more than 10 minutes to make your presentation, and you will get some questions from the audience at the end of the session. So, Professor Hoppers, you're welcome. The floor is yours. Yes, we can now hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm just going to read from my text. I prepared some preamble notes to see that there is a significant unity in the recognition that the rural communities in Africa and other parts of the so-called third world have profound and detailed knowledge of the ecosystem and species with which they are in contact daily. They have also developed effective ways of ensuring that this knowledge and the physical resources of the environment are used sustainably. Indigenous knowledge systems generation cover a whole range of human experience, including the physical sciences and the related technologies and so on. The social sciences, including the politics, the military and the economics, and the humanities, including philosophy, communication, arts, and crafts. In all these fields, each group has developed knowledge encompassing theory, concepts, interrelations, actual data, and activity information of a high degree accuracy. The process of exchange between farmers or rural communities and us interested in the system. So we need a step back.
As it is in Western world of thinking, all of us, in our different institutions, we are schooled into the Western mode of thinking only, actually. It becomes quite clear that any overt attempt to enter this process with condensation or arrogance will quickly reveal itself as a great, if not greatest liability in poverty interventions or bringing to dialogue other ways of knowing. We have to accept IKS that it represents a form of shared knowledge and beliefs, rules and techniques for productive activities. It is dynamic and it is driven by an internal creativity and adaptation, experimentation internally and in contact with external systems, but on its own terms. It is also not compartmentalized, but it is integrated in its cognitive skills and affective domains across the disciplines. IKS is holistic and inclusive in its epistemological framework and approach to reality, which is in sharp contrast from the Western scientific epistemology, whose positivistic mechanistic and reductionist worldviews is experienced inherently as exclusive and alienating. Like many other areas, for example, agriculture in LKS is both technically and socially in that it has got strong cognitive but affective dimension linked up with it. So the IKS for non-formal agricultural education programs presents a cultural basis which links with medicine and livelihoods, which is absent or glossed over in the present mainstream technology transfer approaches. Usually, indigenous knowledge and practices are viewed by mainstream, as in the mainstream, in the mainstream practice is mythical, where mythical is an excuse to avoid the task of recognizing and thus working with an embodiment of knowledge used by millions of people who think differently from the restricted Western ways. Vital information and on natural resource management, ensuring sustainability is often embodied in unique forms. It's proverbs, myths, artifacts, rituals, and ceremonies.
Professor Hoppers, you have 3 minutes left.
Technology transfer efforts in agriculture, for example, should involve an ethic approach to preparing professionals to work for a society whose majority, in fact,
is indigenous. The lack of awareness of IKS, the top-down approach of technology transfer extension models, and the alienating effects of Western education indicate the need for a confluent curriculum to be developed, in which the knowledge and values creation on the basis of indigenous knowledge is a form of mental and economic decolonization and a major contribution to the individual and collective self-reliance.
Professor
institutions, public and private, IKS consideration demands a rehumanization of the parameters of institutional functions.
Professor Hopper, you have 2 minutes left. You have 2 minutes to go.
A sharpening or deepening of methodological tools and development of bicultural expertise. Traditional knowledge has played and still plays a role in the daily lives of the...
Professor, you have 2 minutes to go. You have 2 minutes to wind up.
Yeah,
please summarize.
In many countries, traditional medicine provides the only affordable treatment. But now, let me go to the conclusion. A look at emerging UN imperatives. We are here celebrating the WHO and their celebration of traditional knowledge. But in other UN agencies, including WIPO, UNESCO, CBD, and UNESCO Science and Agenda and so on, they have all been at it, but us focusing on traditional medicine, we have to broaden our lens so that we look at other UN initiatives that support us indirectly. So, in conclusion, what Uganda needs now is an overactive indigenous knowledge system policy that can steer initiatives across all the sectors, not only in medicine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hoppers, for keeping time. Dr. Lamatia is going to have trouble translating some of these things, epistemology and those complex ones. I am informed that Mr. Ogwal Francis Sabino is in the house. He's online. You are most welcome, Mr. Ogwal. Yeah, you will have...
How are you?
We are okay. Thank you very much for making time. You have exactly 10 minutes within which to make your presentation, and I will warn you once you have 2 minutes left. So kindly share your slides. I hope you have PowerPoint slides.
Yes, I think you have to allow me with that. Okay, let me see here. It's a minute here.
So as Mr. Ogwal prepares, I hope the next presenters have their presentations loaded to save time. And not yet. Please ensure that we have their presentations.
You can see?
Not yet.
His network is not beginning to act. Can you see? What is it? You can see now. No, I don't know. Can you see?
No, not yet. You share your screen. Can you share your screen?
I did. Let me come back again and try to do it. I did. The screen is here. Can you see it?
Wonderful. So please go ahead. Go ahead, we can see you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and I think you've given me quite a challenge now. I've been waiting since a certain time. Now I want to have this short period of time to present. So most of you could be having this already. I think what I'm going to present to you is the Convention on Biological Diversity and how does it make provisions for us to actually take on board when we are thinking about the issue of medicinal plants conservation. So in the convention itself, you may not hear me quote a text that talks about medicinal plants in particular, but the text that follows, you see that it does make reference to all plants or animals as well. So the CBD, I had the representative who has just finished saying something about it. We are party to it. We ratified it and it entered in force December 1993. It has two other protocols. It has got the protocol on biosafety, referred to as the Cartagena protocol on biosafety. It has got the Nagoya protocol on access to genetic resources and benefit sharing. Then it has got another one, which is the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on liability and redress regarding LMOs. Now, what are the objectives of the CBD? There are three, basically. And all that we are doing, even in conservation of medicinal plants, we are aiming at this. There is conservation of biological diversity. We have to ensure there is sustainable use of the components, ecosystem, species, genetic. And then the sharing of benefits arising from ADS basically gives effect to the third objective of the CB. That is just calling that there should be equal sharing of benefits arising from utilization of genetic resources. Whereas for the biosafety one, we are talking about ensuring that there is an adequate level of protection when there is movement, there is transfer and use of LMOs that arise from modern biotechnology, and the supplementary protocol on liability and redress basically deals with ensuring that should there occur damage arising from LMOs, that we can hold the party that is responsible for that to do or to correct the damage. Now in Uganda, of course, we have taken a lot of effort to domesticate the CBD, but to tell you that Article 6 of the CBD requires us to prepare a national biodiversity plan, which we've done, and then a continuous implementation of the CBD. Then in Uganda, we're also going ahead to domesticate the CBD. Look at the National Environment Act of 2019. There's a lot there about the CBD and biodiversity. Then our very own constitution, Objective 27, says that we should make sure that we use biodiversity carefully and also take measures to safeguard and protect our biodiversity. We can read that a little bit later. Now, on the other side, we also have...
excuse me, can you please share your slides? Can you put in presentation mode?
No, it is stuck.
It is stuck.
What do I do here now?
Okay.
The screen is stuck. It's not rolling, so how do I proceed?
Okay, if it is stuck, then
it is now on rolling, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So then, now going to the CBD proper. What does it say about things that will relate to medicinal plants conservation? You will go and look at Article 8 of that convention in conservation. You look at Article 8C, you look at Article 8E, Article 8F, 8H, 8G, all those has got provision, which just tells us we have to ensure that there is conservation of biodiversity both outside and inside protected areas, that also to promote protection of ecosystems, including those natural habitats where the medicinal plants do occur in ecosystems. We should rehabilitate and restore degraded ecosystems, you know what's going on with the medicinal plants, prevent introduction of illegal invasive species. Those can actually endanger our own indigenous plant species. And then, of course, we should respect traditional knowledge that is very much for conservation of medicinal plants. Then, ex situ conservation, Article 9, if you look at 9B, 9C, you read that in your own time, but basically that we should establish and maintain facilities that can help us to have ex situ conservation of those plants and animals, and then we should have measures for recovery and rehabilitation of threatened species. And I think most of the medicinal plants are being targeted and are getting threatened. Then Article 10 on sustainable use and of biodiversity, that we should integrate consideration for the conservation and sustainable biodiversity in national decision making. You know, these things of medicinal plants, as I had the previous speaker, we should take it a step further. Let's not keep it low. Then adopt measures that relate to the use of biodiversity to avoid or minimize adverse impacts on biodiversity. In this case, look at medicinal plants. How do we make sure that people don't degrade them as they use them? Then protect and encourage customary use of biological resources. So we're not going to say, no, there is so much economic potential here, we're not allowing other people to use it. We should still be able to do that. Then going on to sustainable use of components of biodiversity, this is an interesting one. Article 10E says, encourage cooperation between government authorities and the private sector. You know, private sector is much more involved in this atmosphere, this very aspect of trade or exploitation of these medicinal plants. How do we bring them on board? Then research and training. We should establish and maintain programs for scientific and technical education and training in measures for identification, conservation, and sustainable use of biodiversity. This is where the universities become very important. Promote and encourage research that contribute to conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Where you see me referring all this, you can keep taking it and narrowing it down to medicinal plants. Of course, we should create awareness, and I think I'll be ending soon. Then, on access to genetic resources, this relates to the one that deals with the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources, where we are saying states have got their rights over those natural resources. But where you want it, then there has to be a mutually agreed terms before you access those genetic resources. But also that prior informed consent with that government, with that country, must take place, unless otherwise there are other conditions that will prevent that from happening. Now, when you look at Article 5 of the Nagoya Protocol on access regarding fair and equitable sharing of benefits, it says that benefits arising from utilization of genetic resources, in this case medicinal plants, as well as subsequent application and commercialization, shall be shared in a fair and equitable. If we are going to be commercializing these medicinal products from plants, how do we ensure there is fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from that? Then I go to now Article 7, not go back to 5, it is more of an explanation of the previous one. Article 7, access to traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources. Most of you scientists will know that that is usually the starting point. You hear people telling you this plant is used for that, this plant is used for this, and then you get the sample of the plant, you do your analysis, and you start saying, of course, we have discovered this, but your initial scientist is the traditional person there. So TK associated with genetic resources held by the indigenous peoples and local communities shall be accessed with the prior informed consent and also mutually agreed terms to ensure that there is benefit sharing. And lastly there, that under Article 9 of that very protocol, parties shall encourage users and providers to direct benefits arising from utilization of genetic resources, medicinal plants in this case, towards the conservation of the same. You can't just keep exploiting and not put anything back. And lastly, Chair, the other thing that the convention does is through what we call meeting of the conference of the parties. They meet every 2 years and really give guidance. Parties agree on what they want to do next to enhance conservation of biodiversity. So please, in your free time, read that COP10 meeting. I'll give you the link. One of the most important outcome there was the strategic plan for biodiversity 2020, which actually says we should take measures to address extinction of species, that includes medicinal plants, and then target 18 was talking about us again taking on board issues of traditional knowledge, innovation and practices, because they're important for conservation of biodiversity, including medicinal plants. Then there is decision 1017, which deals with the strategy on plant conservation. Again, this calls for effective conservation of plant diversity. And lastly, there are decision 1434. This is an ongoing one where now we are developing the next, what is called post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework to replace the strategic plan for biodiversity 2020, and it has a lot in it. It's going to have up to about maybe 21 to 25 targets. Right now there are about 22 targets, but there is target 4 that deals with management and conservation of species and genetic diversity of wild and domesticated animals. So it still talks to what we should be doing to ensure conservation of our medicinal plants. So just to sum it, that the convention itself gives us a framework of what we need to do at the national level to ensure that biodiversity globally is not lost, but rather used sustainably. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ogwal. You have done very well on time. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for the presentation.
I don't want to do more time. I try to run too much.
Yes, you have done very well. You have. I give you 100%. Thank you for delivering a succinct presentation on the CBD, for keeping time, and for the homework you have given us to go and read some of the articles in the CBD. We are going to.
I can't hear anything.
We are going to do the homework. Thank you very much for the presentation. I am going to invite the next presenter, Mr. Jamil Lutankome. Mr. Jamil Lutankome, our next presenter. You are most welcome.
Yes. Did I take more time?
You finished on time.
Give me 10 minutes and I...
Thank you very much.
Yes, right. Yes.
Our special guest, the Chairman, National Drug Authority, protocol observed. Because of time, I may not go into protocol. And as far as my presentation is concerned, it seems now I'm going to make a repetition, because whatever I have has been discussed here by so many people. So the previous speakers have actually simplified my work. I only summarize what I had prepared, and we call it a day. My topic is 2 decades of African traditional medicine practice in Uganda, lesson learned. I think there is no stranger here in Uganda. You have been all in Uganda, you've been seeing how things are moving in traditional medicine. So actually that one makes my presentation very easy. I'm very happy with the definition of World Health Organization when it talks about practice based on theories and beliefs. That one brings all traditional practitioners on board. You know, sometimes the spiritualists use it to isolate themselves somewhere. But as far as the definition of, according to the World Health Organization is concerned, we are all on board. I think the definition is done. Traditional medicine has been used in Uganda since the creation of Adam and Eva.
All communities in Uganda have been different ways of treating their illnesses, and the plants are named according to different tribal backgrounds, but they treat the same diseases. For example, when you look at Muruluza, in Uganda, other people call it Mubiris. And in other tribes, it is named according to their background. All communities in Uganda had much respect to knowledge owners and cultures and their cultures, which would foster discipline and respect to community and environment at large. People have been talking about preservation here, but traditional practitioners had ways of preserving their medicine using their traditional norms, cultural beliefs and norms. They could say in that forest there is a leopard. People could not approach, and you could see the medicine growing. The experts could go and exploit the medicine during their own time, but you could not see environmental degradation like this time. The coming of Europeans in Africa and Uganda, the case study is, retarded the development of traditional medicine. In Africa, Uganda was one of the centralized states of the chain of command, able to treat and giving traditional counseling to community. One of the reasons of the coming of Europeans was to market their products, which included medicine. They struggled a lot to spoil the image of traditional medicine, and all activities in herbal medicine were regarded to be static. So that one also contributed to the level where we are. We don't blame you, my brothers, Chimagoidi, Rumira Mayengo. There was a cause for that. But we should not cry. It is time to come on board so that we can move together and join the board. All past regimes in Uganda ignored herbal medicine. There was no visible support, but people could access it in cameras. Even big people in the parliament, they go at night to access traditional medicine, to traditional healers. But when they come, they pretend that as if they don't know what is taking place, isn't it? So that is that. In 1997, the president supported the ethnobotanical survey. All plants in Uganda were identified and documented in different regions of Uganda. In the same year, the government, through Ministry of Health, also advised traditional practitioners to work closely with the Ministry of Health through Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Laboratory. By that, those year, Uganda Herbalist Association was formed to mobilize and link herbalist practitioners to Ministry of Health so that they can follow all activities. Public-private partnership was also developed by the Ministry of Health. That was the only the beginning of us being defined on what we are doing. The intervention of HIV, AIDS paved some steps to herbal medicine, whereby organizations like THETA, like TASO, supported the herbal medicine through formation of THETA, which brought collaboration between traditional practitioners and biomedical workers together. I think you should clap for that. And I think I should recognize the board chair of THETA, and I've seen some members of the board, and Dr. Grace is one of the members. Among other things, there is a lot of improvement in research, professionalism, production and packaging traditional medicine. There is curriculum development. The curriculum of occupational herbalists was developed by the Director of Industrial Training, and many herbalists are now joining the trainings. Notification of herbal medicine by National Drug Authority is in place, and many people have actually received notification. Is sensitization on herbal medicine development, research, and good manufacturing practices engineered by National Drug Authority. Benchmarking visits have been organized, to make sure that herbalists access the knowledge of manufacturing medicines. They come out with some challenges, the regulations, lack of regulation and the delay to operationalize the act. But when you remember the representative of the Honorable Minister actually said now the regulations are being worked on. We're still experiencing the negative attitude by some religious leaders and biomedical workers. Mr. Chairman, many biomedical workers are not yet converted to prove that at least something can be done in herbal medicine. But we are trying to convince them through evidences so that they can also accept and support. Because even the medicine which are coming from outside, the raw materials are herbs. So it is a question of understanding and come on board so that we can support the nation and develop our own thing and we enlarge the economy. Deforestation has been talked of, caused by poor harvesting methods and charcoal burners, which is also a challenge. Translation of the act, I think it will be better before, because wherever we go, with Mutiaba in NDA, people say we don't know English. The Banyakole say we want it in our language. The Balango, so actually it's a big challenge of which we must think about. There is no reason as to why I make you tired, as I said earlier. You had already discussed these things through the previous presenters, so I can call it a day. I remain Kwaya Jamil Lutakome. I'm the herbalist representative to the National Drug Authority. Feel at home from here, and I want to, within my 3 minutes, I want heads of association to stand up and say bravo, so that we can do something today. As a showcase that today is our day. You should not, we can even come in front. This is our day, we must celebrate. We should not be behind. You should be standing as you've seen people are standing for traditional medicine. Yes. That one is Chinagoy Desiraje. Bravo. I take this opportunity to introduce. This one is called Jemba Rumila Mayengo. He heads one of the association called the Guru Dene Herbal Medicine. Say bravo and go. Gamba bravo gede. This one is Chinagoy Desiraje. He's coming from Mayuge. He's heading in Uganda. This one is my boss. Is Haja Basse Matimba, the chairman of Uganda Herbalist Association. I should say bravo and go. Bravo. This one is a very big man in the sector. He has worked tirelessly. And one time when you had a Jubilee Park, the one who organized all others to come together. But now we are trying to help him, because even the age is there, but the knowledge is still active. He is Haji Karim Musasizi, the General Secretary for NACOSA. This one is Luwemba Godfrey. He heads one of the association called Buligwanga Nebiario. He should say bravo and go. This lady comes from Bukoma Simbi. Is a member of Uganda Herbalist Association. She cultivates medicine, all cosmetics. So many, she has a medicinal gardens from Mother Green Model Center. She will say bravo and go.
Bravo!
When I'm here, this one is called Soya Chiwanuka. If you don't see Mama Fina, he's already here. So he's the secretary for Mama Fina's association, which is called Uganda n'eddagala n'obuwangwa bwaffe. Let me hope you don't have other things here. So there is an association called National Union for Natural Development. The Secretary General is Mr. Sonko. Good enough, he's a brother to Dr. Grace Nambaja. They are doing the best. This gentleman is called Wafuko Henry. I registered him in Usoga when I had gone for the National Integrated Task Force. And I'm the one who interviewed him in the sector, but he's now heading National Union. So you should say bravo and go. So, Mr. Chairman, I think you've seen I have the touch, the real touch with my people. And I want to thank those people. Whenever I invite them, they give me respect. Regardless of my age, but they highly respect me and always follow whatever I tell them. So I have nothing much to say, unless to thank Mr. Amai who trained me to give me microphones. When he was the student director, he used to call me, you translate. I could translate, now I'm able to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Kobe. Without further ado, allow me to invite the next presenter, Dr. Omdal Francis. Dr. Omdal Francis, I was told, used to be the timekeeper in his school, right from primary through to university, so I'm sure he will do a very good job in keeping time. He always used to finish the exams before time. So, Dr. Omdal, we are anxiously waiting for your presentation, and we shall be timing to see if you maintain the record. Yes.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was a good timekeeper. Finished the exam on time before the time gets issued. So I'm going to be presenting on the information about training, what professionalize the sector, and the other presenter, Dr. Baldwin, was saying what is demystify. And we cannot demystify if we cannot change the way we do. The world is changing, but not changing. So we need also to change. Otherwise, if we remain the same way, we cannot do it. So it's about a program for the GIT. We want to see what we are implementing after documentary. That was accredited by GIT in 2021, but we decided earlier to build the training of this, conduct this training program for fresh companies. And it's a new program of GIT. Our mission is to have a center of excellence of training of companies. And our mission is to streamline the preservation and impact in Uganda by training of companies to provide affordable and improve healthcare professionals. We want to see it better. And want to ensure that government is integrated into the government. It cannot integrate the current state as it is. It cannot be integrated. It's going to be challenging for us to penetrate the other sector if we don't change. It's very hard. So the treatment course is to train in the growing of public substance, handling and processing of carbonates. So the course has 3 levels, level 1, level 2 and level 3. Level 1 is establishing Uganda and raising plants, maintaining gardens, managing the disease control, harvesting. While level 2 is dealing with primary and secondary processing. And level 3 is dealing with processing different products, and today they are actually exams to level 2. But primary and secondary processing today are the institute. The current trainings you are targeting in this program are very many. We are targeting herbalists, we are targeting people who are retiring, and if you are going to retire, please come. Yes? The targets who have great jobs, entrepreneurs who want to professionalize, who going to get the business from there, school leavers, and health professionals who want to diversify the practice. We want this also. Because they want it. Today, I see many of them moving in because they don't make money from the other side. They want to say, please come and get skill fast. So language instruction is normally English. But we allow translation. But we are going to move to places where we are going to have different languages being conducted. But right now I'm using English, but occasionally we have somebody translating here. So, but we prefer, because most instructors are using English, but we want to open centers up country so that we can be able to train people well. The main technical staff of trainers are mainly staff. And we have invited people from different institutions. If we are talking about registration, we invite from NDA. If we are talking about intellectual property, we can invite somebody at IR. So we invite some people in different specialties to come and train these people in different aspects. But the main trainers are from staff and themselves. The training schedule is normally one day in a week because they are working people like that. I'll tell you why you're doing that when you come to end. Lesson plan. One day a week, and we can train them, and we can call for a field activity any time of the week. We are playing together. And we normally take now 1 year with the course. Yeah, it was us to 3 years. Because of these people are working, we are not taking 1 year. But I sit in the discussion with the IT, I'll deal with it. But the IT says no, it takes 3 years. Assessment. This, and they have, we do internal assessment, they are doing training in this week. Internal assessment, people are trained internally, assessment, but also external assessment. Why they do theory and they do practical. So we they do that and they do this session. But also we do internal assessment, okay, for me, ask one. They didn't take no script training. Most of our capacity don't take more than 1,000 students. So we take only 50 because the place is small. But we can outside other centers maybe. But our institute can only take a maximum of 50. So we're in the, because the demand is so high. We just apply for bachelor's philosophy and then you fill a form. The requirements are, we have not set the requirements. You can even come. You have to understand it, you can come. You don't face the back. You don't face the back. The back is zero. Yeah? You don't have to set the requirement that you should have a S4, should have P7. You don't need that. So you just have to come. The mode of training is normally, you have lectures, we have practicals of group work, field work, humanitarian, and education. It's a kind of mode of training. So it's a kind of running. We don't have the primary school there, you come and teach and go. No. You have adult learning, where we have many approaches to teach people. Not by only sitting in a class and time. So we visit them to take them to the laboratories and investigations from different areas. Come on. We don't have a building, but we have a test after the training, and see the training take place as an extent. We have practicals, all these practicals, they come and do practicals, and they are practices. Then they go for field work. They go for field work and they go to Harvard's, then they will get experience. We take them to things in different areas. The training fees are very few. You just have level 1 is 400,000, 300,000, 600,000, but the assessment with the idea, they just some money for that. So you do that. So you have something. It's a subsidized course. It's not a very high course. That's why training it should be secondary school that is 2.5 million a term. Here the whole course is 1.3 million. 2.9 million a term in secondary school. This is so cheap. Other requirements just need to come with protect wear and then we move them and some proper equipment. Simple like that. This is that. The demand is so high. The demand is so high. The demand is so high that we cannot meet. But also, the trainers welcome the stakeholders. And this is when the demand for us. Highly welcome, which means you are doing the right job. Our assessment shows that the demand is so high to appreciate them. But however, the training is, our mandate is to research. But because of a gap in that area, we are taking the role. The universities are not doing this job. So we are taking the role of the universities and the institutions of learning. So they are not affected by that job. The cost of my training per student is very high. Look at it. So you have a lot of money. We need sometimes more money in it for us to do. Which means the other paying is so low compared to the training equipment. Yeah? And the payment, they are not able to pay this money. I know it's 60% cannot pay this money. Only 60% can pay all the fees. Almost 40% cannot pay. But still struggling to get that money. What especially that? The people who are training here by gender, it's why they're actually having more females. The first time we took more females, but we're having more males now. It's why learning, which means the it's not only one sex breed, Rwanda. There are also female and males who are there. In terms of age, we find that the majority of the qualifications, most of these guys are not sure who have left school, but we have also had graduates from high school who have a diploma, degree. Almost 40% of them are people from there, which means we are practicing something to work for. But in terms of age, the majority of them are middle age, they are not youth. After 50 years, 63 years, it's a kind of one, having many of them, we are not having youth, which means we have to change. We are not youth, are sitting there. When you do assessment, you are doing very well. You can actually see that the assessment shows that the practice board is the relevant to practice, the relevant to practice board. They almost pass all practice board. Although in theory, they have a challenge, very few pass theory. But it's hands-on, they are there, 100%. They do very well there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mujal Francis. Indeed, I have confirmed that you are a timekeeper in school. Please clap for him. So, thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat what you have already said. Please prepare your questions. We have, according to the program, this says Mercy Kaino Wisho, but I'm sure we have someone else who will be standing in for her. So allow me to invite the next presenter who will introduce himself. I don't have the name. You're welcome, sir. The floor is yours. So you will have no more than 10 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. By name, I am about 8 kilometers from where Dr. Tetel comes from. He's in Rufujira and Shiga district. Yes, actually, my village neighbors their district. I work with Uganda Registration Services Bureau as a traditional knowledge coordinator in the Directorate of Intellectual Property. I am here representing the Registrar General, Mase Kinobisho, who is attending another equally important engagement at this time. I am also the chairperson board of trustees of Theta Uganda that was started in 1992 when HIV/AIDS was taking a lot of lives. I am glad to be here. This is the subject of my passion. I am currently doing a PhD on indigenous knowledge and intellectual property of traditional medicine in Uganda at the University of South Africa. And I will be interacting with some of these traditional healers when it comes to the field work. The outline is lengthy. Given the 10 minutes, I will look at a few of them. URSB is one of the agencies that actually survived the merging. As they work on the machines, URSB is one of the agencies that survived the merger. We were supposed to be moved from Ministry of Justice to Ministry of Internal Affairs, but the cabinet decided that we actually remain where we are. But they took civil registration, which is basically marriages and licensing of places of worship. Thank you. URSB came into being in 2010, July, after having been put in place by law of 1998. USB has a number of functions, but the reason I'm here today is only because of intellectual property, but there is a civil registration which is going to be tried, then business registration, insolvency and receivership, and then what you use for chattels, where you can take your bicycle to the bank and they give you a loan. The law was passed recently. So URSB in terms of intellectual property handles around 6 different aspects: patents, utility models, industrial designs, like innovations, and then trademarks. And I'm glad that one of the traditional healers in this room got a protection of his trademark in 1965. That is Uganda Data Garage. And they have kept on renewing every after 10 years. They are very compliant. I know there are others who have applied to join so that they protect their products, but I urge all of you to come and do the same. There is also geographical indications that deals with specific products. When you go to the markets, you ask for Kasese, for potatoes from Kigezi. Those are geographical indications. Then we have copyright and neighboring rights. This has to do with what you write, the music, the rituals you perform as you harvest the herbs. All those are copyright material. Then we have what we call traditional knowledge. You've had various presenters have had it. Traditional knowledge is actually not necessarily old, but is traditional only because of the context of how it is generated based on the cultural norms. That's why it is called traditional knowledge. And this traditional knowledge involves the basic resources that the Nema person has talked about. We have also trade secrets. Why somebody was saying that they would tell you that there is a leopard in this forest. They wanted to go there privately, separately, that you don't see which herbs they are harvesting. And that is called a trade secret. And we have a law in Uganda. So, those are the various areas we deal with as URSB in terms of intellectual property. And as a result, there is a fee that was put by government that you pay when you come to register or protect your property. Traditional medicine has been defined by the previous speakers, but I can well and say that it is the knowledge, the skills, and practices based on the theories, beliefs, and experiences indigenous to different cultures. You heard saying, others call it Omuluruza, others call it Omubilizi. But when you go to languages, basically it means the same thing. Then intellectual property rights, which is the main theme of this presentation. This refer to the assignment of monopoly rights on the use of intellectual content for a specified period of time through patents, copyright, trademarks, industrial design, geographical indications, digital models, and trade secrets. But simply put, intellectual property is something you create using your mind. That is the simplest definition of intellectual property. The African traditional medicine refers to the system of health care based on customary beliefs that have been accepted and practiced over centuries within African communities for the health needs of the local populations. Traditional medicine was condemned, as has been said earlier, but fortunately Africans are resilient, they kept it, and here we are celebrating it. Even when the laws had been put in place by the colonialists, subsequent governments have tried to rectify the problem by putting in place different laws that protect our health. Our constitution has a number of areas where it protects our heritage under cultural objectives 24A, then Article 189 in the 6th schedule, where all intellectual property rights are mentioned in the constitution. Then you have the Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act of 2019, which actually says that this act does not prohibit the right of any person to claim parties' rights in respect of any invention related to traditional and complementary medicine under any law related parties. We have the Industrial Property Act, which in section 21 says that anybody who makes an invention must disclose the traditional words they use. When you come to get a patent, you must disclose where you got the knowledge from. Also, we have the National Intellectual Property Policy, which was approved in 2019, that specifically provides promotion of indigenous knowledge. And one of the areas people have been asking, how are we going to protect these things? It provides for provision of a database. But that is going to be done in the law, where it is now awaiting certificate for financial implication to be submitted to Cabinet to approve the principles to have a national traditional knowledge protection law. I heard one presenter saying we need a policy. We actually have the policy. We have the National Intellectual Property Policy that refers to traditional knowledge, and the Culture Policy of 2006 that refers to it as indigenous knowledge. So what currently we need is the law. Traditional medicine, the person from NEMA has talked about the Convention on Biodiversity. Then there is also the trade-related aspects of intellectual property agreement, which is the World Trade Organization law that talks about how we should protect our intellectual property. How can we protect our intellectual property? I had already said the conventional IP system does not adequately protect intellectual property. And that's why we are voting for a new law that specifically is targeting traditional knowledge, including traditional medicine. So trademarks can be used like the gentleman has been using. Patents, you can protect the formula and the process of extracting the herbal medicine. You can have copyright protecting your the notes you make as you describe your medicine. And then trade secrets, you can keep quiet about how you do it so that nobody ever knows what you do. There you don't need to register with anybody. Yes. You just keep it to yourself, and maybe the person you hand it over who you take over so that the information does not die. Time is not our best friend. I would have wanted to talk more because I know many people are interested in intellectual property. I bet that you add the 5 minutes.
Yes.
I will use my prerogative as chairman. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. So I wanted to talk about the clinical trials that are ongoing in Uganda. There are aspects that can be protected as you move on, before you even finish the final drug you want to have the vaccine. So clinical trial results may qualify for protection as intellectual property rights under certain circumstances, as they offer not only a competitive advantage. For example, when developing a more efficient or new product, but also commercial value, it being licensable to other companies. Like you can go for clinical trials, but probably you don't have money to go to make the drugs. So you can license your drug to Brazil, who has now been allowed to manufacture, and you share with the benefits of your innovation. You can also use trademarks to label your products. You can use copyright if you have like a website and you are describing your medicine. So there are various ways you can protect your intellectual property, but it does not protect you adequately as it should be done. I wanted to talk about this, how long you protect. Patents, you protect for only 20 years. Trademarks, you renew until you leave this earth. Copyright, it is your lifetime and 50 years after you die. Yes, it's 50 years. Then trade secrets, so long as you keep it a secret, it remains a secret. I want to end with this slide, that there are 3 routes where you can register your intellectual property. One is the national route, which is like now Uganda using the National IP Office, URSP. But there are areas like I indicated which you currently don't, like we don't give patents for drugs, pharmaceutical products. But we can give a patent for the formula. So that's the national route. Then the regional route is where you go to Africa Regional Intellectual Property, where Uganda is a member state. There are actually currently 22 states that have subscribed to the African Intellectual Property Organization. Then there's also the World Intellectual Property Organization, where you can also protect your innovation, because in ARIPO and WIPO you can go direct and protect your even the pharmaceuticals. Because Uganda is still categorized as an LDC, we don't qualify to manufacture drugs. Yes. So members, let me end here. There are more slides. Probably the people will share with you. The subsequent slides are very explanatory. I don't even need to present them. Thank you so much.
Please, let's clap. Thank you very much for that elaborate presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite the presenters to take the front seats, and we are going to take a few questions in the interest of time. So I'm going to allow only 6 questions, 2 from this side, 2 from the middle, then 2 the extreme end. So if you are not allowed to ask a question, please do not feel bad. You can write it down, you can interact with the presenters, their email addresses can be shared, and like you've heard, the slides are going to be shared. So I will start with the gentleman at the extreme end. Yes, I have been advised that the guest of honor will give us the closing remarks, then we'll ask questions after that in the interest of time. So, Dr. Grace Namakia, please take over.
I'd like to invite you, Dr. Kuhirizu, Chair of National Drug Authority, special guest, to give us a word.
the minister was here, but I would say the government officials who are here, I have Jamil Mukwel Takome and Dr. Grace Nabacha, these are members of my India board, government partners, members from other drug user agencies, if present, and representatives from the African Medicines Agency, in the case they are in the house, herbal drug manufacturers, members of the herbal community, academia, training institutions, sponsors of this event, the staff of NDA present here, members of the media, public, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to you. The man from Musoka, I will try to make my English very simple. I will not talk like a doctor because it is difficult for you, but I'll try. Ladies and gentlemen, National Drug Authority is greatly pleased to join you in celebrating the 2 decades of African traditional medicine. Progress, which is themed as progress towards achieving a universal health coverage in Africa. And partnering with the herbal medicine fraternity to ensure that NDA delivers on its mandate of ensuring that safe, efficacious, quality, and cost-effective herbal medicines are available to the entire population of Uganda. I wholeheartedly congratulate the Uganda Police Association and the organizers of this remarkable event in history of this nation. Medicines that are substandard, falsified, or counterfeit negatively affect the quality of health service delivery to the population and must be prevented. The consortium is committed to strengthening NDA's capacity to mitigate substandard, falsified, and counterfeit medicines for human beings and animals, and herbal medicines in all regions of this country. In fact, the NDA strategic plan provides for strengthening systems in herbal medicines production, registration, pharmacovigilance, and ethical medicines promotion, with the overall objective of encouraging research in herbal medicines and commercializing herbal products. Long before the use of conventional medicine, traditional medicines were used for the treatment of various diseases, and to this day, they serve the healthcare needs of the majority of population. In fact, 60% of Ugandans, including the ones who speak very good English, they use herbs. And 80% of the people in the entire African continent, in the world, they use herbs. In fact, the politicians for them, they go to doctors virtually almost everybody. Please don't go to meaning that we cannot run away from these herbalists. They are a very important group of individuals in the country. In the rural areas, a large population of the population use traditional medicine to meet their primary health care needs because some don't have the money. And some even have no transport to reach where the centers are. And during COVID-19 pandemic, the population heavily relied on herbal medicines, and NDA notified both medicine by Kazee of Kazee Herbals and COVID by Professor Gwa of Jena Herbals to help alleviate COVID-related symptoms. Ladies and gentlemen, I was demonized for having been the first chairman in NDA to work with herbalists on these things. Let me tell you something. I'm not a coward. They're not cowards at all. I said, let me notify these drugs. If they kill me, they kill me. But I can tell you, people use these drugs from these herbs. I get it. People use these things. And they are refusing to accept it. But for me, I accept it as chairman. This emphasizes the need for strengthened collaboration between herbal manufacturers and NDA for effective herbal medicine regulation. By the way, to make it even very comfortable, even our neighboring countries within the East African region, they use our drugs. Made in Uganda. Notified by NDA. The WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023 was developed and launched in response to the World Health Assembly resolution on traditional medicines. The strategy aims to support and strengthen the role of traditional medicine plays in keeping population healthy. Number one, harnessing the potential contribution of traditional medicine to health, wellness, and people-centered health care. 2. Promoting the safe and effective use of traditional medicine by regulating, researching, and integrating traditional medicine products, practitioners, and practice into health systems where appropriate. I told you I am a doctor. I told you I am not a dense man. I told you I got D1s only in primary school 4. That's a fun. Where the rich men were failing here in Kampala. So what I'm talking about, I know it. And I am talking with emotional honesty. That we have no option but embrace traditional medicine. I have traveled in a variety of countries and continents. I have been to China, I have been to England, Europe. I know Europe like nothing. When I take you to China, you can't believe it. I have been to India. The entire African continent, I've gone everywhere. I speak some languages, I can tell you. But if you know how many Chinese herbs are here, but when you just get something from Kabutu, you start saying this, oh man. And these things, by the way, they have less herbs than us. I have a conviction that if we gave these herbs money in support to go and extract medicine from all these forests that we have in the Chibari, in Wezori, here in Mavira, here which was almost being given sugar cane plantations, I can tell you we can do wonders in this country. The theme of this symposium, 2 decades of African traditional medicine day, that progress towards achieving universal coverage in Africa, highlights the different stakeholders involved in the herbal medicine supply chain at the different levels. The supply chain includes suppliers of raw materials or gardens where medicinal plants are cultivated, post-harvest handling, processing through storage of herbal raw materials, manufacture, supply, and use. Ultimately, the products are intended for health care, and this emphasizes the need for regulation to ensure products are of quality, of good quality, and people are safe and efficacious. This will help address some of the challenges herbalists and the regulator face. For example, lack of skilled workforce. 2, lack of information. 3, poor packaging of materials. 3, unethical advertising, among others. For us, we are saying, if you are to advertise, please be careful. Don't go beyond. And you say this drug treats impotence. Then it treats also violence of women. Then you say it also treats headache. Then you say it also treats now small organs. That is too much. Just go on one and then say, I am not getting anything for manpower. All right, that one. When you provide, you use nothing to put them to a gambling. So please, be strategic. You understand what I'm talking about? Therefore, building confidence among the population and skilling the workforce by making them understand and appreciate NDA's role will enhance our operations in ridding the country of wrong elements in the herbal medicine sector. I can tell you, even in the herbal medicine sector, there are some quacks. First of all, they don't want to join others. When you call them for this wonderful symposium where people have been presenting things, for them they don't want to come. If you know that you are very powerful, and you know your things work, and you know what you are doing is very okay, why don't you want to join others? Why are you selfish? I thank people who have come to join others. I never hide because you are not criminals. NDA is committed to providing technical guidance, assist in the development and strengthening of the herbal sector, and I have constructed with my team here a new state-of-art laboratory tower of 23 levels here on Buganda Road that will have a dedicated, fully equipped herbal laboratory to conduct tests such as product fingerprinting, that is aflatoxin testing, heavy metal analysis, herbal monographs elaboration, and phytochemical identification. The laboratory is going to be open in January by His Excellency the President of the Government. Because the first laboratory I'm going to set up in that thing is for herbs. I am taking yours to show you that you are not We must. And I will make sure that my herbalists are there, and I can tell you, ask Jamiria, I give him money to go everywhere he wants. He travels with the stairs. He's my hero because he has traveled everywhere in this country looking for herbalists. And I have told him, please go Jamil. If you don't have the money, we'll give you. If you need the cars, I'll give you the cars. But please reach out to these people and bring them aboard. We should not shun them because they have the knowledge that even some of the fellows that have done what they don't have. Check them out of time one day. It is important to note that we all have the responsibility of being our sisters and brothers keepers. To protect the vulnerable public who often do not have the knowledge or the choice to avoid exposure to falsified herbal medicine products and quack herbalists who don't even subscribe to the known Uganda Herbalist Association. We want everybody, if you know that you are a herbalist, why don't you want to join others? Which means there is something very funny. The general public is urged to be vigilant by reporting wrong elements in the pharmaceutical sector. If we are to control substandard and counterfeit herbal medicines on our market. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever I have done for this country, I have told you, I have been on the strategic leadership of NDA. And next of NDA, I could be the first man to spend about 6 years. Others are put in prison. I'm a very straightforward person. I do not take bribes. I told you, me, I'm not a poor man at all. By the way, I was even the MP. But I'm inspired, and I'm a Michigan. What happened? So I was a bad man. I don't think this my number would have carried me votes. I was the chairman of the health committee of Parliament. I was the chairman of the HIV committee. I did 5 laws in Parliament when I was chairman. Because you can see, I can tell you I'm eloquent. The tones may not be very good because I'm a Michigan man, but the English is there. But I can tell you, if you don't have a very hard skin, you cannot be chairman of it. It's very complicated. Because you fight with everybody. People bring wrong drugs on the leg. People bring them in pants. People bring everything that you can think about because they want to make money. Some even import those kind of drugs in shares. Somebody goes to target to bring the drug, the shares, then he puts drugs inside. You just open there, you find some funny things. And when you try to them with the phone calls I did, you can't believe it. But by God's grace, I am working with Dr. Grace Nambari and that number. I hope that the herbalists are going to bring back this man to my board. He's a wonderful man. For me, I am a weird man. Abantu mwena mutakome bakulembera era barepresenting NDA board era basali yegenye kumwagala kuzo omuntu muleke mutakome kwinjira kwa very good man. Mutakome has a very good heart. Mutakome thinks for the herbalists. Mutakome will think about it in a witch look. And Mutakome treats everybody with humility and dignity. I am not campaigning, but I'm trying to tell you what Mutakome is. He's a wonderful person. I was traveling with him in Nairobi in a folio. He gave me a thing to chew. I very sensitive one because I feel that they can hammer me. I ate the coffee from Mutakome and it worked. The only thing now I need is somebody. I have got allergy. I have asthma. It's very mild, but what I'm almost killing me in Nairobi. I felt to breathe. And I got some blood in my heart, but it was removed. I observed my eating now. You can see I am 54 years old, but I still very popular. I have accessed some small money here and there, but surely I have struggled to eat healthy so that I don't put on unnecessary weights. I need a herbalist now to give me a drug that will handle my allergic reactions. The nose becomes blocked. I also get issues with my chest when it's very cold. And I also get terrible coughs and sneezing whenever I get exposed to excessive dust, plus some funny things in my house. I don't know whether they are bad, but they
kati njagala musawo wekinansi abazungu bajjabalenye who has got very wonderful drugs that have been prepared in very clean environment, very clean, so they can now think properly. I want to thank the presenters that have presented. These people, I have seen the lady from Marua who was presenting some things about saying, must keep your indigenous people. I was touched when I heard about it. These things are very important. These people, these are not the people that you can see they are now going to arms. I want to thank them for giving you time and talking on this great day. I don't take them for granted. It's very, very important. And I want to thank Nambacha here for really being Nambacha. I tell you, she's a fighter. And if we want to know one of the hardest subjects, you know, the farmer's soil, I think chemistry is not very easy. Chemistry is hard. If someone has done some chemistry and a woman, my friend, respect it. Now, my first degree was in chemistry. You can imagine a person who will know yes or no, then she knows, and now he goes into proper no, then she goes into X or no, then she goes into deca no, you know those things, the end of knows there. Now a woman, for me, I have been encouraging that everybody in this room should encourage girl children education. Because women was a trait. If we educated very many women as far as extraction of drugs from these herbs is concerned, the target of surgery, I can tell you we can get a breakthrough as far as concerned. I will put all NDA money, most of it, and I will put my brain plus my effort, so long as I'm still chairman of NDA, to ensure that we put up very wonderful factories for extracting drugs out of herbs rapidly. The Amazon forest in America, that is where all the drugs are being accounted for. The only thing that we are having is for them now they know the dosage. They also now know how to put in very good, attractive packets to make us just pay money only. But the things are here in Chibai. I can tell you, this must be a breakthrough. We should all vow to say, let us support our indigenous values. You know, for me, recently I sat on my centerpiece in my sitting room watching President Museveni giving a speech on the 60th Independence Day. I know he'll stay longer, that's what I know. That's what I know. But I can tell you, instead of getting a fool us, we don't have this money, man. When he said that I am going to get oil out of oil to build my own country, if you stood out the evening, they voted me, I don't know why. My vote was even now I still have it in my pocket. Because cowards don't dig. If he comes up and says, because Europeans have said he should not extract oil out of oil, where do you want to go to? Do they want to come to research from here? Is it their mother's oil? This is Uganda's oil, and the present thing let us get oil. In fact, support oil. If we can remove it, we will be betraying ourselves as a nation. Because another person coming here may be a coward, or he may be brave by those words. Not mine oil. Here I need oil here. Because oil, we shall do all our roads, because the byproducts of that oil thing, they will make our roads. Yes? Yes. Nobody will corrupt and bitumen from anyway. Now those fellas we are trying to use our own people here to the campaign oil extraction, put an environment, and why it's never smaller than we have ourselves. Where has the rap come from now? They took everything from this country and went and took their own things and they left us people white. Now they are bragging at your guys will say that it is majesty. I wish to extend our appreciation and thanks to His Excellency the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. For spearheading the resolution of promoting extraction of pharmaceuticals from numerous indigenous plants in the natural forest of this nation. The Ministry of Health
change. The true Raji woman and her team for always supporting me at NDA to do good things for you. And Uganda Herbalist Association and herbal manufacturers who are key players in the growth of the herbal sector in this country. The academia, like Mara University of Science and Technology that produced Covidex with Obama, Makerere University and the other institutions of higher learning involved in scientific innovations. NDA, authority members, Jamil and Dr. Nabacha. The NDA staff, most importantly, my great man, Dr. Michael Mocha. For heading the herbal sector at the management level in NDA. Mocha is the land boy, this is the pharmacist. Put him there to handle herbalist because he's a herbal man. These guys don't speak English like you. I want to thank you for understanding these people. For treating them with humility. And for not abusing them that they are quacks. These are not quacks. The quacks are hidden. The actual power come out. They are here with us. Yes. We must make sure. Right. If the factory is not making to Muyan, even if the person has no money, we can get money from our own corporate social responsibility fund and help this person who is very poor put a blood thing so they can get some small money. I want to thank you in front of these people. And I can assure you the job is very short. And I am still chairman of the national government. When I tell this thing, I am very serious. I want to thank the developers of the herbalist training curriculum in our pharmacy schools in the country. This man, he was talking because they are never going to that's what I want to thank you for being very good, for being a trainer of these guys. That is how we can be all. You are not now speaking to them. When they come, you train them in the other languages which they can understand. In that case, one of the other things you can, even in this, the Ruban and the Pachika. Please train the people that can produce this. We need to use these drugs. You know, a special thank you goes to the media that keeps us on our toes to deliver. The media fraternity. And they have worked tirelessly by showing the public what we have achieved over the period, and I urge the media to take this mantle and create awareness about safe and ethical promotion of herbal medicine. I have said this thing to you for good in my country, and I thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter. So I love the passion and we really have a true ally with us. So let's take advantage of him, let's support him, and thank you very much for being with us. Presenters. Most of the presenters were online. Apart from Dr. Kellogg and Dr. Mchan, yes.
Madam, excuse me. Excuse me.
Right here. Yeah.
So, colleagues, time is not our best ally. So we are going to take 5 questions. We are going to take 5 questions, and there was a gentleman who had his hand up at the back. I don't seem to see any more questions. Yeah, can we have the microphone at the back? There's a question at the back.
Questions? There. There's a question.
So the first question at the back.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Jude from Josiah Investments. I get a challenge sometimes when it comes to taking my products outside Uganda. Sometimes they overcharge us, they ask for documents. Is there any help? Like sometimes I travel to the US. Those people love our products. I'm inquiring whether there is any way we can get the documents which can accompany our products so that we can sell them easily. Sometimes I go to exhibitions like in US, in different states. That's my question. I'm inquiring whether there is any possibility of getting any document that can accompany our products so that we can fly with them easily.
Thank you very much for the question. Next question. I don't know to whom the question was specifically addressed among the presenters. If it's not to the presenters, perhaps the responsible agency. I'm thinking maybe NDA could take it on. Do we have any other questions?
Nze Sembija Saalongo okuva mu Sembija Model Solution Logistic. Nze ekibuzo kyange kiri olunaku lw'eggulo twabaddeko batuddeko ko ne tulambula one of herbalist factory ye wali wano ku Mawanda Road twawadde ne Mr. Enoch okuva mu National Drug Authority ne Mr. Ajib Tankome naye twasanze kale alioganize alina ebyuma ebiri stainless kimu nga kugamba kirioganize ne batulambuza bulungi naye nze mbadde nsaba nze nina factory yange nakizimba buli kimu kyonna weekiri amayumba wagazi bulungi naye ebintu byendakingamu ebimashini ebyo by'amaanyi biri expensive nnyo ate kyemmanyi waliwo ne bahabalist abalala balina notified products nga nabo era bali mu process eyo bwekyo naye mbadde nsaba gavumenti etuyambeko niweva kiba kitagisa okutuwa sente tubigule nga ne batwazi nga loan we can pay kubanga nze products zange nga nze nungi era zikola bazikozesa ate ziri notified so ekyo bakiteekeko mu nkola batusabireyo omukisa ogwo naffe tugule ebimashini ebyo byonna tubiteekewo kuba byabadde by'amaanyi tukole eddagala tusobole okujjanjaba eggwanga neyanza neyanza.
Yes, the gentleman at the back was the first to raise his hand. Yes? Please pass on the microphone. So after him, we shall take on 2 more. Mr. Isan Kondo and the lady.
Sakana kanjogera mu Luganda. Apostle Mitego Senchongo Patrick emanya gange. Proprietor wa Buy Uganda and Build Uganda. That is Bobo. Confidently, those of abalisi balidde empanga kubanga nze naye ya Bobo nekintwalidde emyaka 10 nga girwanira nga nwanire kuba abagitwala baali banene naye Mukama mwesigwa amazima genye ebbaluwa lwaliro nzirina ezikakasa nti nze proprietor wa Buy Uganda and Build Uganda era mukama wange babadde asimbulawo akatabo nkamusimbye olumu baministers bonna babalisi bano mukama wange ekibuzo kigenda okujjawo oyo registra okubeera nti tukola ebintu byaffe tutako security mu ngeri yonna okubbibwa kwange okwa bubu kumpadde experience y'amaanyi tetulina sente abasinga obungi naye nga tuli bawansi ddala oyinza okuba nga olina amagezi nga buli omu ageetaaga olina akuyitanga akuwa interview n'akubbako ekikyo ate nga akuyisa ali waggulu ma ofiisi eyo oluusi bawolekako naivense akakunetworkinga ofiisi za gavumenti ate nga nze nvudde mu private sabo security sikyoyinza okunyambako nyinza kubirawo enduulu kubanga nange biyitawanyiza emyaka 10 naye mukama yayambye buyambi nembeera nga nange wabadde bankabira ku maziga naye nga tegabadde munene ennyo kabuto so mukama wange tuyinza kuba tutya tuyinza kuddukirawa fogala my country mukama bampera omukisa abomerizi politiko in the mighty name of Jesus.
Nze Isa Nkondo mbeera researcha ku yunivasite y'Embarara ne Bushenyi Lukaragwe naye ekyembadde njagala gavumenti nze enyambeko bw'otema wano eddagala wano utuyimiridde n'ogenda n'otema ery'e Bushenyi tibyenkana maanyi bwe gamba twagala gavumenti kyengisaba kyanatuyamba ekebere ettaka awo tugenda okulima eddagala kubanga minerals oba hayan eziri mu ttaka tizenkana tugenda kukola eddagala wano tiriwo abantu naye tebigenda kuwonya abo abalwadde bonna eddagala eryakaseese tiriwonya abayi Kampala eryabayi Kampala siriwonya ab'Embaale n'olwekyo tubadde tusaba gavumenti enyambeko mu bwangu nyina researcha y'amaanyi twagala tulabe kati kambawo ekyokulabirako osobola omubisi gw'embidde n'ojjamu n'osobola ogwakabalagala n'osobola n'ogwa kayinja ekyokulabirako tibyenkana maanyi nze naakagenda kabaale n'enzigayo ebikoola kyenzijemu sikikwatagana n'ekiyibanda ate ekiyibanda tekikwatagana n'ekyebukanga kati nze mbadde nsaba gavumenti enyambeko ku mulimu guno nsobole okubaweereza lipoota mu kunoonyereza.
Yes, that will be the last question.
Thank you so much for having given me this opportunity also to talk before very important people like you. I would like, mine it's a word of thanks. I would like to thank so much the government of Uganda having recognized us and recognized such days to herbal medicine. And if I see this to me, because I see we are moving forward. And if we continue like this, continue calling us for such a meeting to meet together, I think we shall come out with the solution of all. So I would more so encourage my colleagues, the herbalists, whatever you are, just don't lose hope. And to me, where we are, I see there is light of all it. We are moving forward with this. For me, I come from Gomba, and this is where my factory is. And for side of Gomba district, I know I'm on behalf of all those people there. So when I go back, I need to take more of this message. I need to teach more. And we are product of Chlorophyll Uganda Limited, the product of Endam cream. It has helped many Ugandans, and it does good work. Continue to give us more like teaching so that we know what we should do in this area. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you more and more.
All right. Thank you very much.
Some of them were not questions, they were comments, a vote of thanks, and I hope the rapporteurs were taking note of some of the things that were being raised, specifically addressed to different government departments, requesting for help, requesting for assistance in one area or the other. So, for the specific questions that were asked, I do not know who is going to answer. Perhaps the one on requirements for exporting medicines, and then there was one addressed to the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. So please hand over the mic to Mr. Twino Mujuni. And I do not know if we have Dr. Mutiaba from NDA.
Yeah, thank you, operator, and thank you, Sendongo, for the concern about Google name. You've shown me the letter, and I see it's headed for Ministry of Trade. I have not read the content in the letter, but from your frustration, I see you are complaining that the government took your name of Google when you are actually the one who coined it. The challenge, and that's why I've been encouraging you people, don't have your name coined and then you start taking your product to the market before you protect that name. If you had registered that name with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, I can assure you the government would not have taken it. But because it was not protected, you see, I usually say, when I see a nice woman and I think she can be my wife, but I don't go to the family to seek her hand in marriage. And the Comacage goes there and pays whatever is asked and takes her. I cannot complain that he has taken my wife. You get it? So the challenge we have, and I was talking to the herbalists who were showing their products outside there. I was asking, are they protected? They were saying no. So these people you see here, if I see your product and I know it has market, I will run tomorrow and register the name at your recipe and even get a trademark. And then I will come and start producing, then you go to police, you say, but this person is the one who registered, you are not registered. So that is the same problem Mr. Sentongo has. And in our language, we say that he who is powerful will kill your father, inherit your mother, and you call him dad. So that is what happened to you. Yes. So that's what happened to you. What I encourage you to do, look for another name, but protect it. You cannot fight with government. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There was a question which I think Dr. Mutiaba should take on. I don't know whether you are in when the question was asked. Someone was asking about the requirements of exporting, taking their herbal products to markets abroad. They have challenges. They were saying they are charged exorbitant fees. So perhaps you would like to comment on that.
I don't know who charges the exorbitant fees, because for locally manufactured products we have concessions. India issues export license for those who intend to export, but that is bound on the foundation that you have been notified by NDA, and also you have a premise where you're manufacturing these products. And we don't charge those export fees as NDA. I don't think it is NDA that charges those export fees. And maybe the challenge is in regards to regulation. the person who is charging you the exorbitant fees may not know that this is a drug. Because even those that the drugs currently, you have the different tax rates. The person may not think it's a drug, they think it's a common commodity, then they charge you accordingly. So I would encourage people, as the person from USD has mentioned, register a trademark, notify your National Drug Authority. In case you want to export, kindly seek the assistance of National Drug Authority. We have a full directorate, that is a director of import and export, that handles these issues with regards to export. But also, it handles issues of import. You may find that you need to have a herbal raw material which you are importing. So you can also be of assistance in that regard. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to request you to clap, then I will tell you why after you have clapped. Number one, you have been such a wonderful audience, very lively, very nice looking. No one was dozing even after having such a good meal. So I want to thank you very much for being attentive, for asking questions. Then the other club was for the presenters, who did a wonderful job. And then I also think I did a very good job. Yes, then I also want to thank the online audience for being such a wonderful audience. For the presenters specifically, Professor, actually all of them, I see they are still online. Thank you for keeping with us. I know it is late. Yeah, may God bless you and keep you. Allow me to hand over to the people that invited me, and I think I have done my part. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's give Dr. Godwin and your big hand clap for what well done. Thank you very much, Godwin, for doing justice to what you have been told to do. In a special way, we thank Dr. Alice Veronica Lamaka from Gulu University, the innovator of coverless medicine. Let's give her a big hand clap. Professor Hoppers, thank you very much for your presentation. Edward Kazire, thank you very much for being with us, and all the online team. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to have a real feel of the 20th African Traditional Medicine Day. We have a herbal cake here. If you have never eaten herbal cake, this is the real African Traditional Medicine Day celebration. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome, to invite our director, Dr. Grace Nambatia, our brother Jamil Haji Jamil Utakome, Dr. Godwin Anywa, and then Professor Kakudidi. Please come and join us in cutting of the cake. And Mandugu Karim. Please, Mr. Amai, please come and join us here. Please give the music, the DJ give the music as we cut the cake. We have to eat this cake. The next airline staff, please join the camp over here. Thank you very much for your well done. Yes, our cake is ready. So I'm going to count from 20. Please don't get tired.
As we enjoy our herbal cake, we invite the dancers to come and entertain us as we close this session. The
Thank you. Bali baseka mwe muje munda